'cause you saw how much I had to pay.
Don't get soaked paying double. The Jewelry Exchange has thousands of certified diamonds at the guaranteed lowest price. The Jewelry Exchange, online or in-store. This is Chevy Cubs Pregame Live.
Just another sunny day in California. Cubs try to wrap up their 7-game roadie with a winning record as they take on the Dodgers in Chavez Ravine Dodger Stadium. Carlos Zambrano against his old teammate Ted Lilly. First pitch comes your way at 2:10 right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Hello and welcome to Chevy Cubs Pregame Live alongside former Cub Todd Hollingsworth. I'm David Kaplan. All right, the team has got to feel good about the win yesterday. Ryan Dempster looked really good. Kerry Wood, another perfect inning, and they get the job done.
Well, they've got to feel good about what happened last night, but they've got to have some sort of carryover, and that's really what we've seen from the Cubs this year. We've seen some real exciting ball games, some big hits in ball games. That bullpen shutting it down. Good starting pitching last night. Ryan Dempster, wow, fantastic bounce-back effort. What are you going to do with it today? You know, you've seen it a few times this year where they've come out and had great wins, and they just kind of fall flat the next day.
All right, before we look ahead to today's action, let's look back at last night's win. Cubs bats, which have been struggling in the clutch, came through in a big way. One guy who had a big night, Carlos Pena, hit his first home run. How about that?
Nice night for him. Absolutely. Gets that one hopefully underneath his belt right there, and he gets off and running. He's had a fantastic, real good approach last night, I thought. You know, his first two at-bats don't show you too much. He was swinging early, but what I liked to see from him was the aggressiveness. And now, granted, some of those pitches were on his hands. I know he popped one pitch up, and he got beat pretty badly with a strikeout his first time. But he's thinking, I'm going to be aggressive in this situation. I'm going to start taking things in my own hand. He's not up there trying to be too perfect, trying to, beat himself up for swinging at, a pitch that's just an inch off the corner. He looked aggressive, jumped on a first pitch slider, and was able to hit it out of the yard.
All right, now in the 9th inning, we had a close ball game. The two teams are locked up in a 1-1 tie. The pitching had been good, and the Cubs find a way to get the job done in the 9th, in the clutch.
Well, you talk about them getting big hits. I talk about the runners in scoring position. That has not been a real strong suit for them this year. They have not been clutch early in ball games, but they have been getting big hits, and that's the thing. You know what? If you're gonna slump with runners in scoring position, if you're gonna be 27th in the National League, if you're gonna hit 216, you better find a way to get big hits in a few of those spots. And you know what? They've been doing that lately, and it's gotten them some wins. So they're gonna have to continue on that way, or collectively they're gonna have to get better at driving in runs so that they're not always in this position.
All right, Gio Soto comes up with the big doubles. They get 3 runs on 2 hits, a couple walks. They break the tie. Marmol locks it down, and the Cubs walk away with a big victory. But the thing that concerned me the most was at the start of the game, as you see here, the end of this 9th inning, the Cubs plating their 4th run right there on the base hit. But at the start of the game, I sit down, I said, okay, Ryan Dempster, clean slate. Walk, walk. And I went, you've got to be kidding me. Is there a hockey game on I can put on? I just didn't want to see what was about to happen next.
Well, it is really amazing, and it just really goes to show you, what Ryan Dempster is made of. I mean, the first 8 pitches, not only did he walk the first 2 guys, he walked the first 2 guys without a swing of a bat on 8 pitches. But you know what? And I think Ryan would tell you this, the entire key to last night was that 9th pitch. He threw a little sinker, maybe 86 miles an hour, first pitch fastball to Andre Ethier, and he swung at it. And it got his attention. He seemed to lock in. He seemed to bear down. He got the strike zone back in. You saw early how badly he was missing, how many balls were off the end of the bat last night. They came out. They were going to swing the bats. The Dodgers were. They showed some patience early, but they started to help Ryan Dempster out late, and it worked to his advantage. It allowed him to open up the strike zone, so he threw enough strikes early in the ball game and then was able to expand that strike zone. Again, it all comes back to that 9th pitch of the ball game. You think Andre Ethier, the hottest guy in all of baseball right now, but you know what? I think he made a mistake in being a little too aggressive right there. I mean, a guy comes out, he throws 8 straight balls.
Why are you swinging?
How do you swing it at the 9th pitch? And you know what? Again, it seemed to get Ryan locked back in. He found the strike zone. He was able to get the double play, get out of that inning, got a rhythm going, and went on to his best outing of the season.
And a couple times, as you said, he expanded the zone. He would climb the ladder, and the fastball looked like it had more life to it.
Well, purpose.
After he he got out of the jam.
Absolutely right. Hit 94 miles an hour last night. But again, you saw him working around the zone with purpose, not missing because he didn't know where it was going. And that's the biggest difference. When you're climbing the ladder with purpose in purpose pitches, it's because the hitters are on their heels and they're not exactly, they don't know what to expect at times. And Ryan had that going for the first time. When you've got that feeling getting in the box that he's not throwing strikes, it changes your mindset as a hitter. You go in there saying, I'm going to be patient because at some point I'm going to get ahead in the count and he's going to have to throw the ball down the middle of the plate. When you're battling from behind, you don't know what he's going to do, and it makes almost the exact same pitches that you're seeing on TV more purposeful.
All right, one Dodgers note, Andre Ethier extended his hit streak to 29 games with a bloop single. 2 more, and he ties the Dodger all-time team record that Willie Davis has at 31. He's rolling.
Well, he might be wrong, but I'll tell you, he is hanging on. I've watched these first 2 games of this of this series, and pitch for pitch, he is being really, really aggressive. He's kind of stepped out of his element a little bit, where he used to have, you know, some of those more patient at bats, and he was okay. He wasn't so concerned with maybe the hitting streak. I even mentioned, I said in the pregame of the first game of this series, that it seems to me that he's chasing this thing a little bit now, and I think you're starting to see it. He's kind of going about it because there's being so much made about it that, you know, as long as he gets that 1 single a game, life is good. But you know what? They need for him to be really, really productive for this team to win, and that's what's so amazing to me, because as hot as he is and what he and Matt Kemp have done in the middle of that lineup, this is a team that's under 500 as well, so other guys aren't doing their part.
All right, now he is a .438 career hitter against Carlos Zambrano. We have some good news from the ballpark. They just scratched him from the lineup. An inflamed left elbow. Andre Ethier will not play today. So
well, that's a great...
catch a bit of a break.
You better believe it. He's the hot one.
All right, time now for our Biddy's Beverage Depot from the ballpark report. We hear from manager Mike Quaddy and possibly giving some time off to Starlin Castro, who has struggled a little bit at the plate.
He swung the bat so good against left-handers that I wanted him to play today. But I did give it some thought. But I think, you know, today's the day when I want to see him do what he's been doing against left-handers, and then we'll go from there. He's got the day off tomorrow, and we'll see the next series. But it's been a rough, and so we'll take a look at that. But I gave it a little thought. But ultimately, 4 out of 5 against. Well, I think 3 of those hits were off a little last time. And watching, you know, his offensive issues the last 2 weeks, let's say, last 45 at bats. Lead you to think, okay, you know, he could use a day. Now it's picking the spot. Well, definitely today is not the day to me. Let's see how he does against Lil and what kind of at bats he gives us, and then we'll go home and take a look at that.
All right, so Starlin Castro on the cover of Sports Illustrated. I know people in Chicago, I'm listening to talk radio going, oh, God, it's the jinx. He's going to struggle. I don't believe in any of that nonsense.
Is it even out yet, the magazine?
It just comes out.
Well, that's what I mean. How can you have the jinx already?
It comes out today. So.
Well, I mean, Starlin's struggling. I mean, it's human nature. I mean, he's sensing the pressure. I mean, the hype is big time. Why? Because he's performing so well. There's no SI jinx on Starlin Castro, but what's going on right now is that I really think that he's feeling the pressure of carrying an offense right now because, well, a lot of other guys aren't getting it done, and I talk about this all the time. The young guys on any team, I don't care how talented they are, how good they are, what great offensive threats they are to be taken care of. It's never their fault. That's what I've always said. You get 2 years in the big leagues where it's on the veterans, and the veterans are supposed to carry those young kids, and they're supposed to take care of them, but yet you're already starting to see the trend. He's become such a special player, and everybody wants to, you know, to obviously get a piece of what Starlin's been doing. You're looking at what's going on. He's feeling the pressure. He's expanding the zone right now. He's feeling a little bit of the heat, and a day off might just serve him well.
All right, let's take a look at the pitching matchup for today's series finale. Carlos Zambrano against ex-Cub Ted Lilly. Zambrano won his last 9 road starts dating back to August 14th of last year. He has thrown the ball reasonably well this year.
I think reasonably well is the right way to put it. I think early in ball games he struggled a bit. He's got to get that under control. But you know what? He goes out there and this guy's a winner. He gives his team a chance to win each and every day, and that's going to be key. Obviously, another key now is Andre Ethier's not in that starting lineup, so I think it's certainly going to change the mindset. But this is a big game for the Cubs. We talk about the road trip that they're on and the mindset of where they're at. I mean, they're coming into a big homestand, you know, with the Cardinals and the Reds waiting for them at home. I mean, this is a game you want. You got a chance to go out there and have a winning road trip. You want to win this game today.
All right, Zambrano got the win last Friday night in Arizona, giving up 2 runs in 6 innings. Lilly faced the Cubs back on April the 23rd. Gave up 5 runs, 11 hits in 4 1/3. Really didn't look good. Got a no decision.
Best collective performance from the Cubs offense, I think, all season long. They were running. They had good at-bats. They made good adjustments on the fly. They made Teddy throw strikes. They didn't fall into the trap of being over-aggressive with him, because Teddy does not want to throw that many strikes out over the plate. He wants you to go fishing. He wants you to chase his 12-6 curveball. He wants you to get busted up on his cutter on your hands and the slider. He does not want you sitting on his fastball. He throws 88 miles an hour. The Cubs forced him to throw strikes, and when they did, they were ready for the fastball. He had no choice but to throw it, and they had good at-bats.
All right, time now for our Joe Stone Crab What's at Stake. And today, we take a look at the Cubs' remaining games against National League West teams. The world champion Giants roll into Wrigley a week from Friday. Rockies come to town for a makeup game on June 27th. Giants return to Wrigley. Cubs make the trip out to San Francisco at the end of August to play the world champs, and their final series of the year is in San Diego. All right, after our first time out, we will bring you the lineups for both teams. Jeff Baker feeling well enough to be starting against left-hander Ted Lilly today. We'll tell you where. But before we go to break, let's take a look at the National League home run leaders heading into today's action. The top 3 spots occupied by players from the NL Central, led by Alfonso Soriano's 11, Brian Braun with 10, Lance Berkman sits there with 9 round trippers. Be right back.
What's at Stake is brought to you by Joe's Seafood Prime Steak and Stone Crab. For the city's finest selection of prime steaks and fresh seafood, there's no better place than Joe's.
How about hybrid mileage without the hybrid price? The 2011 Chevy Cruze Eco offers 42 miles per gallon on the highway for less than $18,000. With high gas prices, it's the perfect way to improve your garage.
This was so easy.
That was quick.
No envelopes to lick. No deposit slips to fill out.
A lot less paper to deal with.
I like that.
I just feed in my check, feed the cash right in, and
boom. There it goes.
It reads my checks, counts my cash.
Adds it all up.
how does it do that?
It even shows me what kind of bills I deposited.
4 20s, 1 10, 2 5s.
Amazing.
look, here's a check right on the receipt.
Genius.
Fast, easy.
I could get used to this.
Quick and easy ATM deposits with Bank of America.
Hey, Chicago, it's baseball season. Time to head to Wrigleyville Sports. Hundreds of new Cubs items arriving daily. Fully stocked assortment of Bulls and Hawks gear. And don't forget White Sox and Bears. Buy online and shipping is just $4.95. Orders over $100 shipped free. Visit us on Facebook for special deals. Get to Wrigleyville Sports now.
We've all been there, face-to-face with the list, the honey-do list. But with CLR, it's easy to cut the list down to size. Start in the bathroom with that shower head. Give it a quick dip in some CLR and see how strong it can really run. CLR is great for the washer and dishwasher, too. Same thing with a coffee maker. For its best-tasting brew, use CLR to clean your tools and make them shine. And CLR is safe for the environment. CLR has what you need to make fast work of any cleaning job around your house. CLR is available at these stores.
Would somebody please give me some good news?
Right now at Feldco, buy one window, get one free.
Call 866 for Feldco.
My favorite pizza is John's favorite, which is pepperoni sausage and 6 cheese.
Now get John's favorite pizza. Just $11 for a large. Order now at the new PapaJohns.com.
Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
How about hybrid mileage without the hybrid price? The 2011 Chevy Cruze Eco offers 42 miles per gallon on the highway for less than $18,000. With high gas prices, it's the perfect way to improve your garage.
The Dodgers meet for the last time in the 2011 regular season this afternoon at Chavez Ravine. Dodgers have won 3 of the previous meetings this year. First pitch comes your way in less than a half hour right here Comcast Sportsnet. Welcome back to Chevy Cubs Pregame Live. He's Todd Hollingsworth. I'm David Kaplan. Let's look at the Cubs lineup for Mike Quaddy today in the series finale. Starlin Castro locked in at that one hole, hitting .315. Darwin Barney, National League Rookie of the Month. Marlon Byrd has elevated the average a bit. And Jeff Baker in right field, Holly.
He's getting some production. Well, listen, he's been great on offense. He's been great against lefties. You got to find a spot for him. Kosuke's been struggling. Colvin hasn't got a whole lot of playing time. Who are you going to put in right field today? Jeff Baker. Plain and simple. But you know what? Let's talk a little bit about Soto and Soriano. These two guys have done a fantastic job on this road trip. Between them, 5 doubles, 5 homers, 11 RBIs. Again, I talk about the Cubs struggling with runners in scoring position. You're going to struggle with runners in scoring position. Again, you better get big hits. Soto, he's had 3 or 4 doubles that have been huge on this road trip, driving in runs late. And Soriano obviously hitting the home runs. So a ton of production coming out of the bottom of this lineup.
And Soriano, who came in here ballyhooed 4 years ago, was paid enormous money, has struggled for a bulk of that contract. He's on pace to have just a monster season. And fans saying, whoa, where's Soriano been? He's back, as you just said to me, playing what they expected, what they paid for.
Well, that's right, and I think that's where fans kind of get misled a little bit. You say, well, wait a minute, we're getting tremendous production from Alfonso Soriano, but you know what? That's what Alfonso Soriano was brought in here to do. He was brought in here to give you this type of production. So for me, this is expected. This is what I was hoping that you were going to see for quite some time. Probably I'd give maybe the last 2 years of that contract where the numbers might fall off a little bit because of the length of it. But, I mean, where we sit today, this is what I was hoping to see from him. So, I mean, you can't go back to the previous years where he struggled mightily and say, well, we should just be grateful for the production we got. No, this is what he's getting paid to do. This is the kind of production that, you were hoping to get all along. And, well, right now he's getting it done. Right. Thumbs up.
Lineup for Don Mattingly's Los Angeles Dodgers. Once again, Andre Ethier, a late scratch with an inflamed left elbow. Gwynn will lead off. Miles at second base. Miles has hit the ball well off of Zambrano. So Matt Kemp ripping the cover off the ball. Well, Matt Kemp is the guy that you circle. I mean, he's the biggest threat in there right now. Tony Gwynn, 5 for 12 against Zambrano. So you do have some history there, and he's had some good history. It's an easy insert. Obviously, you're losing Ethier, which is a big part, but you got to be careful of Uribe. But most of these guys are truly, they're struggling. And I think if they're going to score runs today, it's going to be with the guys in the middle doing some things. Look, you see Jay Gibbons is just getting his first start of the season. He's only got the 1 at bat. You want to talk about Aaron Miles. I think it's the tale of 2 sides of the plate. Right-handed, he's doing fantastic this year. Left-handed, he struggled mightily. So I'm going to check him off the list. But again, the funny thing about it is I was sitting here thinking about Andre Ethier, and I had this incredible feeling coming in here today that streak was going to be over, because Big Z is the type of guy, when he knows something. Takes that challenge. Well, he takes that challenge to heart, and he was going to shut him down today. I just had that feeling. You combine that with the fact that the last 2 ball games, he's really been trying to get those hits. He's looked really, really aggressive. He's not in there today, so the streak will go on in some way, shape, or form. That's correct. All right, lefty James Loney has struggled this season. Don Mattingly says he will fine Loney $1 every time he flies out to left field. On the other side, Loney says he wants $1 back every time he hits a line drive to left.
Well, he's going to lose this.
What is he, Willie Mays Hayes?
He's going to lose this no matter what way you wrap it up, because, folks, it's so hard to square up that baseball. I'm telling you, even the 300 hitters don't hit enough line drives, even your best. I mean, you saw what Starlin Castro has done in the beginning of the season in April. He's had a fantastic. I mean, you can't really hit the ball much better, right? And you see the pop-ups. They're there. I mean, the truth is, squaring up a baseball is a very, very difficult thing to do. Hitting is probably the hardest thing in all professional sports, and I think he's going to end up losing some money. But you know what? If it motivates him to get him going, because he certainly has struggled for them, and they need production from him at first base, they cannot continue to rely on the 2 guys in the middle.
All right, when we come back, we will talk about Mike Quaddy's decision to put James Russell back in the bullpen. But as we head to break, we'll look at our Cubs poll question of the day. We want to know who will finish the season with a higher batting average. A, Darwin Barney. B, Starlin Castro. Log on to our website, csnchicago.com, and you will find the question. Go to the Cubs team page to vote. Results later when we're back for Coors Light Cubs postgame live. Be right back.
May 13th, hang along with Comcast Sportsnet at the Coors Light Northside Baseball Viewing Party. Come by Austin Saloon at 481 Peterson Road in Libertyville to win prizes. Enjoy Coors Light and watch the Northsiders take on last year's champs, May 13th at Austin's in Libertyville.
The Count On Chevy event is here, and the numbers are on your side. Take home a 42-mile-per-gallon, show-stealing Cruise Eco. Or turn it up in a Malibu. 33 MPG, over 500 highway miles a tank. 2 of our 9 models over 30 MPG highway. With these numbers, you'll fuel up and rock on. Count on Chevy for more out of every mile.
Steve just won the $1,000 a week for life instant game. And got himself a new suit.
I'm good.
Getting $1,000 a week every week means his life is worth more than ever. As long as he keeps living, we keep giving.
Hey, babe.
$1,000 a week for life. The longer you live, the more you get.
You're going to have to miss the game tonight.
Are you out of your mind? That call is horrible. Terrible. Horrible. Terrible. Horrible.
Comcast Sportsnet stands up for the fans. Catch us on Sportsnet Central or CSNChicago.com. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
You're a disgrace to the profession. A disgrace.
Save big money on your projects during the Menard Day sale. Relax with a new Lion shower or tub. This elite shower system has 2 built-in shelves and a footrest, $348. This tub and shower combination system is only $399. Add security with a Schlag lock set. They're all on sale. This Georgian entry knob comes in antique brass finish for $19.99. This Murano entry lever comes in satin nickel finish for $39.99.
Save big money at Menards.
Strokes are the 3rd leading cause of death for Iowans. Learn how you can prevent stroke and understand the warning signs quickly, because with stroke, time lost is brain lost. May is American Stroke Month, and the American Stroke Association and Cedar Rapids Colonels invite you to strike out stroke at the game on May 7th. Learn how you can keep stroke from affecting you and purchase tickets at heart.org/Cedar Rapids IA. Strike out stroke at the Cedar Rapids Colonels May 7th.
Chevy Cubs pregame live. As we told you earlier, Jeff Baker is starting in right field today as Mike Quaddy tries to get him some more at-bats. With Baker playing well, it's cut down on the playing time of young Tyler Colvin.
Whether it's Spot and Soria Day, it's a very difficult situation for Cole. There's no question. And the Cincinnati series, we've got 3 right-handers. I'm going to look to get him a game in that series somehow, some way. I need to. But he stays ready and then looks for an opportunity. And, there's so much of this that goes into the situation. And that, look, like I've said repeatedly, I like to play all 4 of them. But I can't. And we've got a left fielder who's knocking the ball to the ballpark. Our center fielder's playing real well, and Fuch's been unbelievable. And then you got Bake. I mean, it's amazing the circumstances offensively that have presented themselves. And sometimes when you get off to a slow start, you gotta wait your turn a little bit. So he'll get a chance though, and he's still going to be a valuable guy here. That's for sure.
All right, there have been a few news items from the last 24 hours. First, Mike Quaddy says James Russell back in the bullpen until further notice. He struggled as a starter. But with the days off, Cubs won't need a 5th starter until May 14th. Let's start with the decision not to have Tyler Colvin in the lineup very much. You lived this. Yeah. You were a prospect. You came up, you went back down. Would you, if you were in charge, send him to the minors and say, play every day until we can figure out how we're going to use you because he's a developing player? Would you use him in this, very, very minimally used bench role? What would you do?
Well, I think it's a tough situation, but right now I'd keep him up here. The reason being he's got a little bit of a track record to go on. He had a good year last year. He also went through some struggles last year. He came out and made a big bang, obviously hit the 20 home runs, but if you look at his year collectively, there was about a 2-month period in there where he struggled mightily, but you know what? He bounced back and had himself a pretty good September. So he knows how to struggle at the big league level. He also knows how to succeed. I think sending him down, getting him playing time, I think that's viable. But as I sit here today, I don't think the decision has to be made. You know, you just don't know what's going to happen. I think there's too much of a risk of him going down there and struggling in AAA and you just squashing his confidence all the way through, so he doesn't know where he belongs. I think right now he's just fighting for a spot. I think he would have been in there today. Obviously, Ted Lilly's out there, and the thing about it being left-handed and living this situation out, you know, your time comes, like you're going to be the fourth outfielder and you say, okay, well, I want to get that start today, and it's a getaway day on top of it. But then you got the lefty out there. It's really not fair to Tyler to constantly put him in those situations where the starts that he's getting are only against left-handed starters. So, you know, the problem is you've got Alfonso Soriano's hot. Marlon's been swinging the bat better. You know, the guys that he fills in for are swinging good bats, and right now it's just a tough spot.
All right, James Russell to the bullpen, where he's probably better suited. He struggled in his starts. The other night he was pretty good until he gave up the one big hit in the fifth.
Well, I'm going to read you some numbers right now, and you tell me who I'm describing. And we're talking about James Russell going back to the bullpen. 338, 415, 1.84, 0.75, 2.45, and 1.74. You better get it right in that bullpen. He better go down there and find it, because that's the earned run averages of the guys in that bullpen right now. They're doing a fantastic job. I think it's a good spot for him, but he's going to be fighting for time in there as well.
All right. After a final timeout, Todd will give us his keys to today's game for a Cubby victory, and we'll both pick our key performers for the contest. He's crushing me so far. Cubs go for win number 14 on the season. They take the field against Theodore Lilly and the Dodgers. First pitch, 15 minutes away. Be right back.
Cubs Pregame Live is presented to you by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
How about hybrid mileage without the hybrid price? The 2011 Chevy Cruze Eco offers 42 miles per gallon on the highway for less than $18,000. With high gas prices, it's the perfect way to improve your garage.
Don't miss the annual Cinco de Mayo Festival in Little Village this Friday through Sunday, May 6th, 7th, and 8th. Join an authentic celebration of Mexican culture with food, music, and fun. Visit ChicagoEvents.com for more info.
Yeah.
Hi, can I borrow some milk?
Yeah, just a second.
Just for Men. In 5 easy minutes, targets only the gray.
Anything else?
Pancakes?
Just for Men. Live forward.
With real-time four-wheel drive and vehicle stability assist, the CR-V responds instantly to changing road conditions. The Honda CR-V four-wheel drive, capable, whatever the forecast.
What is value? Is it too much of a good thing, or is it something that only the precious few can afford? Hello, precious. But you and I know better. Value means getting all the quality you want at the right price. Whether you upload, download, send, or receive, or just want to call mom to say, hola, you need a network that can deliver real value.
And that network is Verizon. Get mom a new Samsung Fascinate for $99.99 and unlimited data for only $29.99 on America's largest high-speed wireless network.
Es tu mamá. She deserves it.
Cubs Pregame Live is brought to you in part by Verizon 4G LTE. Rule the air on the most advanced 4G network in the world.
How about hybrid mileage without the hybrid price? The 2011 Chevy Cruze Eco offers 42 miles per gallon on the highway for less than $18,000. With high gas prices, it's the perfect way to improve your garage.
Now it's time to look at the upcoming schedule, brought to you by Just for Men Hair Color.
All right, after wrapping up the 7-game roadie today, the Cubs have tomorrow off. They welcome Dusty and the Reds to Wrigley for a weekend series. After another day off Monday, Cardinals roll into town for a 3-game set starting Tuesday night.
Just as we look forward to the Cubs' upcoming schedule, you can live forward with Just for Men Hair Color.
All right, throwback day at the old yard. The Cubs wearing uniforms from their 44 club, while the Dodgers sporting 1940 uniforms as well. Catch the action here on Comcast Sportsnet. Welcome back. It's time for Todd's Keys on Chevy Cubs pregame live.
All right, here we go. First inning, Cubs have surrendered 16 first-inning runs in their last 10 ball games. You think back to Big Z's last start, I'm thinking 455-foot home run. Justin Upton, that's ringing a bell. I'm thinking about his start before that. 5 runs in the first inning against the Dodgers. Carlos has got to do a better job coming out of that bullpen, coming out of the chute. He's got to be, he likes to be deliberate with his sinker, so he's got to be better with it. He's got to throw it more for strikes, or he's going to have to start working in more off-speed pitches in that first inning. Watch the tape. The Cubs pounded Ted Lilly at Wrigley Field. I think their best offensive output of the year 2 starts ago. Collectively, good at bat after good at bat. You put that together with some good base running. They pulled off their only double steal of the season. They were aggressive. They came out of the chute. They had a great approach. They're going to have to do that again today. And finally, getaway day. Toughest game of the year, or excuse me, not of the year, but of the road trip, always seems to be why your thoughts are at home, your thoughts are of your family, but you've got to focus today. I really think this is one of those games that you got to kind of lock in. You can't give it bats away, you can't give pitches away, and you got to go out there and get that win.
All right, our key performers, since I'm down 7-2 this year, I will go with Jeff Baker. 444, a homer, 2 doubles against Ted Lilly.
Darwin Barney, he's Mr. Clutch. He's going to get it done again
3 for 3 lifetime against
Lilly.
Doing very well. There you go. That's going to do it for now. Todd and I will be here after the final out. Recap all the action at Coors Light Cubs postgame live. Len and Bob next from Dodger Stadium. Enjoy the game, everyone. Go Cubs.
Another gorgeous day in Los Angeles. Day baseball here on Comcast Sportsnet. The Cubs and the Dodgers play the rubber match today for the Cubs. Not only the rubber game of this series, but also of this 7-game road trip as they come in at 3-3. Hi again, everyone. Along with Bob Brenly, I'm Len Casper. A nice 4-1 win for the Cubs last night. They got 3 runs in the 9th to win it. Let's go through some of the good parts of last night, starting with the starter, Ryan Dempster.
It didn't start out well for Ryan Dempster. 8 consecutive balls to begin the game, but he really settled in well, seemed to get stronger as the game went on. Ended up going 7 innings overall, and the last 3 outs he recorded were via the strikeout.
Carlos Pena finally hit a ball over the fence. He'd been hitting a lot right to the edge of the wall. That tied the game in the 9th inning. Giovanni Soto, 2-run double, wins it. You bring on your closer with a 3-run lead, and Marmol gets the save. Kerry Wood the win. And a lot of good things to talk about last night.
It really was, Len. Dempster obviously bouncing back from some subpar starts. Carlos Pena, as you mentioned, was getting closer and closer by the day. Good to see him finally get one over the fence. And anytime you get Marmol on the mound, it's a good day for the Cubs.
Good matchup on the mound today. Couple of former teammates. Carlos Zambrano's on quite a streak on the road, and he faces former Cub Ted Lilly.
See, Zambrano over his last 3 starts has been very, very good. Ted Lilly pitched against the Cubs back at Wrigley, got banged around pretty good in that matchup against his buddy Ryan Dempster. Threw a lot of curveballs last time out against San Diego. A good start.
For Zambrano, he's won 9 consecutive road starts. So coming up, if Andre Ethier extends his hitting streak to 30 games, he'll have to be off the bench. A late scratch due to a sore left elbow. Kerry Wood with his first win in his return to the Chicago Cubs. We'll have the final game of this series next.
Winning the Stanley Cup takes teamwork. Lots of it. So does fighting cancer. I'm Troy Brower, and I know what it's like when someone you love gets sick. You want to do all you can to help them get well. The American Cancer Society is a great teammate for anyone battling cancer. Their hands-on help is a real assist for patients and their families. If someone you love has cancer, call the American Cancer Society. Thanks to their team of supporters, all their help is free.
Whoa, I should get Mom a Samsung Fascinate. Bright, colorful screen, high-speed downloads, HD video. She'll want videos of grandkids. I'm not ready for kids. What would I name it? Brian's good. And Brian will make eye contact, work with his hands, return emails, Okay, Mom's getting the phone.
Get Mom a new Samsung Fascinate for $99.99 and unlimited data for only $29.99 on America's largest high-speed wireless network. Verizon.
Sitting at my laptop, seems I'm waiting non-stop. DSL keeping me so unhappy. Wanna go real fast, sick of being dead last. Mediacom had something for me. It was high speed, now I'm going full blast. Streaming things so fast, downloading tunes, skid up, and I'm happy.
Mediacom Online. It's your speed. Do anything. Have more time for everything.
And get happy.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan in our Comcast Sportsnet studios. We'll get you back to Chavez Ravine in L.A. for first pitch in just a moment. But first, let's take a look at some of the other stories that are making headlines today. Bulls try to even up their series with the Atlanta Hawks when they take the court tonight over at the UC. Bulls looking to avoid yet another slow start.
The thing that we did is we gave them confidence early. And I think once you do that, guys start making shots early, now it's much harder to slow them down. So we got to be ready right from the start to challenge their shots, contain dribble penetration, get our defense back, get it set. You know, they played at a quick pace. We got to be ready for that. So, and then we got to attack.
Talked about shot makers.
And as soon as tonight's game goes final, switch over to Comcast Sportsnet for the best post-game show around. Stacey King joins Kendall Gill and Mark Shanowski, Mr. NBA, for BMW Bulls Post-Game Live. We'll break down all the main storylines, bring you reactions from the players and coaches with Gail Fisher live in the Bulls locker room. That is tonight, as soon as Game 2 goes final. And a little history made last night on the south side of our fair city as Twins pitcher Francisco Liriano had an ERA over 9 heading into the game threw a no-hitter against the Sox. With 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth, he got Adam Dunn to line out the short to end the game. First complete game at any level for Liriano. Twins beat the Sox 1-0. And be sure to stick around after the final out for Coors Light Cubs Postgame Live. Todd Hollinsworth and I will recap the action, answer some of your email questions, and look ahead to the Cubs' 9-game homestand, which begins Friday afternoon. First pitch, Cubs and Dodgers, comes your way right after this quick timeout. I'll see you after the ball game.
Training. It's how Advanced Auto Parts trains our staff to get you the right part even faster. Not bad. The parts you need, even faster. Advanced Auto Parts. Service is our best part. Next!
Don't miss the annual Cinco de Mayo Festival in Little Village this Friday through Sunday, May 6th, 7th, and 8th. Join an authentic celebration of Mexican culture with food, music, and fun. Visit ChicagoEvents.com for more info.
Luna, we get our second room free plus free financing.
Now I'm free. Free flooring.
It's time to love your floors. Luna's free flooring sale won't last. Call today.
773-202. Luna.
What is value? Is it too much of a good thing, or is it something that only the precious few can afford? Hello, precious. But you and I know better. Value means getting all the quality you want at the right price. Whether you upload, download, send, or receive, or just want to call mom to say, hola, you need a network that can deliver real value.
And that network is Verizon. Get Mom a new Samsung Fascinate for $99.99 and unlimited data for only $29.99 on America's largest high-speed wireless network.
Es tu mamá. She deserves it.
Now, people are saying that you think you colder than me. Nice little trick, but those were some important papers. I'm Ice Cube, and nothing's colder than an ice cube. Did you just snow on me?
Ice Cube is cold, but Coors Light is super cold.
I hope you got a mop in that bucket.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. 75 years of being right here in Illinois means no one's closer to your wellness. Experience wellness everywhere. Subway. Every day at Subway, choose from many delicious regular footlong subs for just $5. Subway, eat fresh. Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer today or go to shophonda.com and find great values on a new Honda. AT&T Uverse. Find out more of what's possible at att.com. AT&T. Rethink possible. And by Southwest Airlines' new Rapid Rewards. Unlimited reward seats and no blackout dates.
A 12:10 local start here in Los Angeles. And warm temperatures once again. And Bob, it's throwback day. The Dodgers wearing their 1940s throwback uniforms when they were in Brooklyn. The Cubs wearing the 1944 model. Let's check out the Cubs Southwest starting lineup against their former teammate Ted Lilly. Castro, Barney, and Bird at the top. Ramirez, Jeff Baker back in the lineup, coming back from the sore left shoulder. Giovanni Soto with the game-winning hit last night. Alfonso Soriano leading the majors with 11 home runs. Pena hitting 8th, Zambrano 9th.
Take a look at the Dodgers defensively today. Some late changes. Tony Gwynn Jr. in left field. Matt Kemp in center. Jake Gibbons in right field for Andre Ethier. It'll be Russ Mitchell at third base. Juan Uribe at short. Aaron Miles at second base. James Loney over at first. Jonah Navarro doing the catching today for left-hander Theodore Roosevelt Lilly. Teddy looks right at home in those throwback jerseys. He's one of those guys that could have pitched in any era. 4-pitch guy, fastball, curveball, slider, changeup, and depending on what's working, you'll see a lot of that particular pitch. I mentioned last time out against the Padres, he had a good curveball and used it almost excessively against that Padres lineup.
So Lilly getting set to work. And the umpiring crew here today in his 10th year, Dan Iasonia, will call the balls and strikes. Dale Scott, the crew chief, is at first. Jerry Meals is second, and C.B. Buckner over at third.
Just in case you're wondering, the World Series in 1944 was an all St. Louis affair. The Cardinals defeated the Browns 4-2. Montreal defeated Chicago Blackhawks 4 straight in the Stanley Cup. Pensive was the Kentucky Derby champion. Utah defeated Dartmouth in overtime 42-40 for the NCAA basketball championship. And Army won the NCAA football title that year with a perfect 9-0 record.
Nicely done. There's a throwback right there. Tommy Lasorda sitting in his normal seat near the Dodger home dugout. So it's Lilly against Castro. The Cubs knocked around Ted Lilly at Wrigley Field 2 starts ago. He gave up a season high 11 hits. In just 4 1/3 inning. 3 times he has not completed 5 innings to start the season as Castro pops it up, and it'll get out of play.
And Ted's given up a lot of base hits in 32 1/3 innings pitched. 40 base hits, a couple of home runs included.
89 degrees. Slow windup by the lefty, and the 1-1 is in there for a strike. 1-2.
Now we know when Ted is right, he likes to run that 4-seam fastball in on the hands of right-handed hitters, try to get them to back off the plate a little bit, and then sneak that slider over the outside corner.
Fly ball to left. That's Tony Gwynn Jr. out there. Pretty busy morning for the Dodgers, and not in a good way.
How about second base, number 15, Darwin Barney.
Check out Honda in-game live stats, information, and more in real time only at csnchicago.com. Again, brought to you by Honda. Yeah, Andre Ethier with a 29-game hitting streak was a late scratch due to left elbow inflammation. It sounds like Don Mattingly would be very willing to use Ethier in a late pinch hit at bat in a big spot. Now, if he doesn't play today, of course, the hitting streak is still alive at 29. Darwin Barney with a high fly out toward Gwynn. 2 gone. And when you're a manager trying to win games, you don't worry about personal stats. But if, you know, Ethier gets an at bat, goes 0 for 1, the streak is over. So Jay Gibbons, who was going to play left, goes to right with Gwynn in left. And the other big story here is Jonathan Broxton did not look right last night. And now we think we know why. He finally admitted today that his elbow's been barking. And they're going to do an MRI on that elbow and see what's wrong with their closer.
Well, it's pretty apparent to anybody who's watched Jonathan Broxton over the last couple of years that something was not right. Velocity is way down. Took an incredible amount of time between pitches in that ball game last night. Marlon Byrd jerks one foul down that left field line.
Here's Menard's Big Lumber's stat. Marlon Byrd against the Dodgers and in this ballpark has always hit well. Mattingly said one of the issues is finding an MRI machine big enough for the 300-pound Broxton. There's a pop-up. Navarro got a late start. The slide and the catch nicely done right in the Cubs on deck circle to end the inning. Cubs go in order. The Dodgers are coming up.
That airline is going to nail that frequent flyer with restrictions when he tries to use his miles.
That's a lot of red tape. Step on it. I can't escape the red tape. Now you can with Rapid Rewards. Come on.
Join Rapid Rewards and enjoy unlimited reward seats, no blackout dates, and no red tape.
What is value? Is it too much of a good thing, or is it something that only the precious few can afford? Hello, precious. But you and I know better. Value means getting all the quality you want at the right price. Whether you upload, download, send, or receive, or just want to call mom to say, hola, you need a network that can deliver real value.
And that network is Verizon. Get Mom a new Samsung Fascinate for $99.99 and unlimited data for only $29.99 on America's largest high-speed wireless network.
Es tu mamá. She deserves it.
Now the Dodger reconfigured lineup. Aaron Miles was going to lead off, but instead it'll be Tony Gwynn in left. Miles hitting second, with Gibbons getting his first start of the year, just came off the DL. Matt Kemp is in center. Juan Uribe is at short. Loney at first. Deoner Navarro just his second start. Russ Mitchell his first start of the year, and the pitcher Lilly.
And here's the way the Cubs are going to line up this afternoon. Soriano, Bird, and Jeff Baker across the outfield left to right today. Ramirez and Castro once again on the left side of the infield. Darwin Barney and Carlos Pena off to Schneid with his first home run of the season last night. Giovanni Soto with the big clutch game-winning base hit into right center field will be doing the catching for right-hander Carlos Zambrano. Kind of odd to see right-handers hitting for a much higher average than lefties against Big Z in the early going this season. What was that?
Did you see what he just did? I was going to say, he looks comfortable in the throwback. He gave kind of an old-fashioned windup to start the game. Here's a 1-0 to Gwynn, and a ground ball to Darwin Barney. That's good stuff. Got to see that again.
Yeah, that old windmill where you kind of start up with your hands and go back down and then come back up again.
Number 6, Aaron Miles.
Big Z in the spirit of things here today.
Tell you what, some of the throwback uniforms are kind of like, and I might put the Dodger uniforms in that category, but I like the Cubs 1944 road uni.
Yeah, the red line underneath the Chicago on the chest. That's a nice touch.
And it looks like everybody has the pant bottoms hiked up about mid-calf. Miles to left. Soriano will backhand, and a little drop, and Miles is going to take second. Looked like Aaron was going to stop a few feet around first base, so that could be a single and an error. We'll see.
Now batting, right fielder number 31.
Yeah, because of the rotation on this base hit off the bat of Aaron Miles, as that ball hits the grass out there in left field, it's going to skip further away from Soriano. Had to reach down quickly at the very end to try to make the play and just couldn't close his glove around that ball.
At this point, looks like it's a double. And they did give him a double. Here's Jay Gibbons. Made his season debut last night as a pinch hitter. And struck out. Just activated off the DL because of some vision problems going back to spring training. Marcus Thames went on the shelf with a strained quad. Well, Jay Gibbons might hurt you. That's certainly a possibility. It's 3-0 on him, but you swap Andre Ethier for Jay Gibbons in the 3 spot, considering he's had 1 at bat this year, and the Cubs will take that exchange. Now Zambrano has to execute. 3-1. Z back in it. It's full with Matt Kemp on deck. That's a good look.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Got the wishbone C, kind of like the Bears and the Cincinnati Reds. Almost got him.
I think a little better throw, and they probably do get him. Starlin Castro with a lightning quick break in behind Aaron Miles at second base. Unfortunately, Big Z's throw is high. You can see he stumbled as he spun around there on the rubber. That throw is waist high or lower. I think Castro gets him.
One other thing about the throwback uniforms, it's subtle, and I don't know if it does ultimately affect anything, but the sleeves are longer than the normal uniform, and the fit might be different. Obviously, a little baggier than the normal uniforms the guys generally wear today.
That much baggier. A lot of guys are going to that potato sack look with their uniforms, wearing the pants baggy and the oversized bloused out shirts. Yeah, the one big difference is the material that these uniforms are made out of.
Well, if they were wearing the authentic uni, it would be a lot of wool. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. That would not feel too good on an 89-degree day.
Coming to the plate, center fielder, number 27, Matt Kemp.
There's a four-seam fastball, a rare four-seam fastball from Carlos Zambrano right down the middle of the plate.
Matt Kemp with 2 down. He's hit in 6 in a row. Five for 9 with a homer and 4 knocked in against Zambrano in his career. Well, he's hitting .364 on the year, so during this streak his average has actually gone down. Inside. 2 balls and a strike.
And for those of you who happen to be 15 years old back in 1944, you'll remember that Venus Ramey was Miss America. She was hot.
High in the air to center. And it's Marlon Byrd for the final out. 1 out double by Miles. No runs. After 1, we're scoreless.
Here's to the pursuit of better, faster, cleaner, funner. Here's to the pursuit of advancements that help make new engines possible and dreams a reality. Here's to the pursuit of another 100 years of earning America's trust. Not just oil, Pennzoil.
The home side is simply going now across.
Some watch simply for the love of the game.
I'm a big guy.
Others seek out the best players or the biggest matchups and wait for the unpredictable outcome. But for most fans, it's about experiencing every magic moment live as it happens, one history-making play at a time. Switch to Xfinity and get TV, phone, and internet for just $99 a month for 12 months, plus an HD DVR free for 3 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Edmunds.com says that Lexus holds its value better than any other luxury brand. IntelliChoice proclaims that Lexus has the best overall value of any brand. And J.D. Power & Associates ranks Lexus the highest in customer satisfaction. No wonder more people have chosen Lexus over any other luxury brand 11 years in a row. See your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Time to take a look at our Coors Light freeze cam. Last night's ball game, Aramis Ramirez drove one off the wall in right center field. Matt Kemp made a strong throw back to the infield. Jerry Meals, the third base umpire, had rotated around and said that Aramis came off the bag. He was credited with the double, but called out because the umpire said his foot came off the bag briefly. Brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Here is Ramirez. He'll be followed by Baker and Soto against Ted Lilly. Cue shot foul off to the right. Lilly, a 47-game winner as a Cub in 113 starts. Just over 3.5 seasons with the Cubs before he got traded here to Los Angeles last season.
The thing about Ted Lilly, he'll usually give every hitter at least one good pitch to hit per at-bat. That was a fastball, middle of the thighs, middle of the plate that time. Ramirez was on it, but fouled it straight back.
Curveball missed. 2-2.
I don't know whether it's a case of Ted Lilly not hitting his spot. You see Navarro moves in under the hands of Aramis Ramirez. That pitch was actually on the inside corner, but good pitch to hit. Unfortunately fouled straight back.
And Ramirez went around. That's a strikeout. One thing we have alluded to in the past, and it's certainly something the Cubs dugout keenly aware of, when the batter will look down at his shoes or his bat, sometimes Ted will look at the catcher and actually mouth the word of the pitch he wants to throw. And so the Cubs are watching him like a hawk today. Because if all of a sudden you see slider. Now, it's also possible he could tell his catcher, when I say slider, I mean this, but that might be overthinking it a little bit.
Something we're not real good at.
Lip reading.
Overthinking.
And overthinking, yeah.
And Ted Lilly certainly is not the only pitcher in the major leagues that does something like that. Curt Schilling used to do it back in his playing days all the time. A ball would be fouled out of play, and everybody looks to see where the foul ball went. And you stay on your catcher. Tell him, you make sure and watch me. Don't pay any attention to the foul ball. Pay attention to me. And while everybody's watching that foul ball up in the stands, you just say what pitch you want to throw. Even use your head to nod one side or the other if you want to go in or out.
Jeff Baker left on Saturday at Arizona with left shoulder soreness. He did hit on Sunday. Hit into the game-ending 6-4-3 double play. Had the last couple of days off and back in the lineup this afternoon. A fly ball out to Gibbons and right. And 2 away.
For the Cubs, catcher number 18, Giovanni Soto.
Well, according to Wikipedia, which you know you can trust, the New York Knickerbockers were the first baseball team to wear uniforms in 1849. Wool pants, flannel shirts, and straw hats.
Of course, it was wartime, but unemployment rate back in 1944 stood at 1.2%.
66 on the breaker, and it stayed up. Soto won the game last night with a 2-run double. That was off Blake Hawksworth. The loss went to Jonathan Broxton. That's a strike. And it's 2-2. When you look at Ted's stuff, you say to yourself, how does he strike out so many guys? But he makes 88, 89 feel like 95 because of all the slow off-speed stuff, that deliberate wind-up. And a ground ball to the shortstop, Uribe, and a 1-2-3 second. 6 up, 6 down for Lilly. Still scoreless early.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by Corona Light. Corona Light is a proud sponsor of Cinco de Mayo celebrations everywhere. Corona Light, it only gets better.
What is value? Is it too much of a good thing, or is it something that only the precious few can afford? Hello, precious. But you and I know better. Value means getting all the quality you want at the right price. Whether you upload, download, send, or receive, or just want to call mom to say, hola. You need a network that can deliver real value.
And that network is Verizon. Get Mom a new Samsung Fascinate for $99.99 and unlimited data for only $29.99 on America's largest high-speed wireless network.
Es tu mamá. She deserves it.
I vow to be ready to go whenever you are. I vow to work even after the sun goes down. And I vow to take a tank of gas as far as she'll go. The GMC Sierra, with a 6-speed hydromatic transmission and active fuel management, it has the best V8 fuel economy in its class. I vow to be the best Sierra ever.
May 13th, hang with Comcast Sportsnet at the Coors Light Northside Baseball Viewing Party. Come by Austin Saloon at 481 Peterson Road in Libertyville to win prizes. Enjoy Coors Light and watch the Northsiders take on last year's champs. May 13th at Austin's in Libertyville.
Join us at the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation's Best of Illinois with the Chicago Cubs, May 19th at Wrigley Field. Guests will enjoy exclusive access and a tribute to Ron Santo. For tickets or to make a donation, visit jdrfillinois.org. Tonight during Bulls-Hawks Game 2, check out csnchicago.com to chat live with Kendall Gill, Mark Shanowski, and the always entertaining Stacey King. Then join all three for highlights and analysis on BMW Bulls post-game live on Comcast Sportsnet and streaming live on csnchicago.com. Bulls try to even up that series tonight. Eric Rose yesterday named the NBA's MVP. Juan Uribe will lead off the second. He's played third, second, and short this season. 3 for 8 in the series. He is the second cousin of the late Jose Uribe, your former Giants teammate.
Jose was a very underrated player back in his day. Wasn't much of an offensive threat, but man, could he pick it at shortstop and turn double plays along with Robbie Thompson. One of the best double play combinations in the National League when they played together. That slow slider we saw Zambrano throw is a really good pitch to Uribe. He is so anxious to swing that bat and so geared for fastball. There's another one. Cued it right off the very end of the bat. He is susceptible to off-speed pitches, especially if you have some movement on him.
Uribe's been hot. He was hitting 143 on April 16th, but he's at 364 in his last 13.
A little drop down sidearm action that time from Zambrano, trying to get Uribe to give a little bit in that batter's box. Just left it too far inside.
Slider mania here in this at bat. Uribe, one of the rare guys today with a closed batting stance. Front foot's closer to home plate than the back foot. Swing and a miss. He finally got him. Kept throwing him breaking balls. Picks up his second strikeout.
Number 7, James Loney.
I like that slider mania. There used to be an old axiom in this game: you never throw the same pitch 3 times in a row. The idea being that after a hitter sees it twice, when he sees that third one coming, there's a good chance he's going to square it up, but not the case that time with Uribe.
Keep an eye on the other action around baseball. The Reds have rallied and tied the Astros with 2 in the 9th. James Loney with an opposite field base hit. Well, that was a line drive, so I think he's $1 up in his financial deal with his manager.
He's probably got a better chance of getting that $1 out of Don Mattingly than he does out of Dodgers ownership. But just in case you weren't with us, Don Mattingly told James Loney he was going to fine him $1 every time he hit a lazy fly ball to left, but pay him $1 every time he hit a line drive that direction.
We were just waiting for that one.
Zing.
Deanna Navarro is the catcher, as a switch hitter. Second start of the year, came off the DL prior to the April 25th game. Missed the first 23 with a torn right oblique. Soriano in left, and that's out number 2.
Hey fans, watch the Cubs take on the Reds on Mother's Day this Sunday at Wrigley Field. Game time is 1:20, but be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will receive a Cubs pink hat, compliments of MasterCard, preferred card of the Chicago Cubs. For more information and to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. See, that's a perfect convergence there. You know, you take mom to the ballpark, your gift buying is taken care of. You hand her that pink cap as you walk through the gate, and life's good.
And you get to watch the Cubs and the Reds. Russell Mitchell is the third baseman. This is his first start of the year, so Don Mattingly getting a lot of guys into the lineup who haven't played a whole lot. Mitchell made 11 starts at 3 spots last year. Third, first, and left. He got the call up on Friday to replace the DL'd Casey Blake on the roster. Wasn't doing a whole lot at AAA Albuquerque, hitting just .214, but he did have 3 home runs. Last September, he became the first Dodger to have both of his first 2 hits be home runs. And the first one came off Jonathan Sanchez in San Francisco.
Had a big year in AAA Albuquerque last year. Hit .315 with 23 homers, 87 driven in. 108 minor league home runs coming into this season.
I think we saw him in spring training. We mentioned Russ Mitchell. There's got to be a Mitch Russell somewhere in pro baseball, right? Bird goes back on it, and he will get there right at the edge of the warning track. Loney with a 1-out single, but no runs to the third. 0-0.
Look outside. It's grow time. So let's plant some perennials that'll turn up every year. Trees and shrubs to give us depth, and fill it out with flowers placed in just the perfect place. Let's spend less, but plant more. What do you say we plant a weekend, water it, and watch a summer spring up? More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. We're lowering the cost of making Mom's Day with colorful hanging baskets and container plants.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
Whoa, I should get Mom a Samsung Fascinate. Bright, colorful screen, high-speed downloads, HD video. She'll want videos of grandkids. I'm not ready for kids. What would I name it? Brian's good. Brian will make eye contact, work with his hands, return emails. Okay, Mom's getting the phone.
Get Mom a new Samsung Fascinate for $99.99 and unlimited data for only $29.99 on America's largest high-speed wireless network, Verizon.
Looking at my phone bill, think I'm gonna be ill. The phone company, it is robbing me. Wanna call state to state, wish I had a flat rate. Mediacom had the answer I need. It was phenomenal, now I'm calling here and there. In the US, anywhere, getting features for free. Like my caller ID, and I'm happy. Happy. Mediacom phone, stay connected, keep in touch. Talk the most, from coast to coast. And get happy.
Let's get into our AT&T Mobility trivia question. The most no-hitters have been thrown in which current ballpark? Target Field.
Well, the easy guess would be right here at Dodger Stadium, but I got a feeling our boys down in the truck are trying to trick us today.
Maybe Wrigley Field's the answer. 3 oldest parks would be Fenway, Wrigley, and I think Dodger Stadium. Alfonso Soriano pops it up on the first pitch.
Tough sun.
Yep. Tony Gwynn slides, can't make the catch. Soriano should have been at second, but is at first. And it's a single.
I mean, if anybody should know how tough that sun is on the left side of the field right now, it's the Cubs left fielder, Alfonso Soriano, but was dogging it down the first baseline. When Gwynn tries to make the sliding catch, the ball gets away. No chance for Soriano to get himself into scoring position. That's just unacceptable.
Carlos Pena in the lineup at hitting 8th against the lefty Lilly. His manager said, you are in the lineup, but I'm going to hit you 8th. I got all the righties ahead of you guys who did damage against Lilly the last time around. And Carlos said, just as long as I'm in there. And for his first Cub home run last night, that tied the game. Time for our Xfinity high-speed action. Boy, did this feel good.
Boy, the high speed was his bat.
Oh,
that's the quickest swing we've seen him take since coming over to the Cubs. Caught that pitch out in front of home plate and blasted it out of here into the Cubs bullpen in right field. Well, two things we know about Carlos Pena. He loves to go to the mound to get the rosin bag, to give his pitcher a little bit of a breather when things get tough out there. And he also loves to call timeout just about the time the pitcher's ready to start his delivery. I mean, this is a day you get the feeling Carlos is almost going to have to give up trying to pull the ball against Ted Lilly. I just don't know if Theodore's going to give him anything he can get the bat head on and drive to right field. He's going to see a steady diet of breaking pitches, both the big curve and the hard slider, away, away, away. Back out there again.
Just missed the corner.
You can see Navarro moved way out onto that outside corner, and Dan Iasonia, the home plate umpire, held his ground. You could see him reaching out with his left hand just to have an idea of where the Dodger catcher was set up. In the past, the umpire used to move with the catcher. More for self-preservation than anything else, just to put another body between yourself and that baseball. But you could clearly see on that previous pitch that Navarro was way out on the outside corner and Dan Iasonia was really exposed on the inside corner.
Toward Gwynn. It's behind the ball. Soriano tags on his way to second. Out by a mile. Might have been trying to make up for not being at second in the first place, and he was out pretty easily.
Two wrongs don't make a right. Never more true than in this case. Soriano did not hustle on his fly ball to left. He tries to make up for it by tagging and advancing into scoring position and gets thrown out by a wide margin.
So 2 outs, nobody on. Here's Zambrano batting right-handed against his former rotation mate. A high drive, deep left center for Zambrano. Gwynn on the warning track makes a catch to end the inning. Still scoreless after 2.5.
Oh, she's gonna love this. Ow! Ow!
Next time, try this. The Champagne Lodge. With our private pool and Whirlpool suites, on-site spa, and special occasion packages, you can be sure to give a gift that will create great memories.
Nice work.
Anytime. What is value? Is it too much of a good thing, or is it something that only the precious few can afford? Hello, precious. But you and I know better. Value means getting all the quality you want at the right price. Whether you upload, download, send, or receive, or just want to call mom to say, hola, you need a network that can deliver real value.
And that network is Verizon. Get Mom a new Samsung Fascinate for $99.99 and unlimited data for only $29.99 on America's largest high-speed wireless network.
As tu mamá, she deserves it.
Win big in the Running with the Bulls sweepstakes. Get an entry code daily in the Sun-Times and nightly in CSN Sportsnet Central. Enter the codes and get more info at suntimes.com/win for your chance at signed Bulls prizes and cash.
We like the minivan. It's a really good deal.
Show me the Carfax.
Show us the Carfax.
Yeah.
Before you buy a used car, get a Carfax report. It's free at thousands of reputable dealers. Just say, show me the Carfax.
May 13th, hang with Comcast Sportsnet at the Coors Light Northside Baseball Viewing Party. Come by Austin Saloon at 481 Peterson Road in Libertyville to win prizes. Enjoy Coors Light and watch the Northsiders take on last year's champs. May 13th at Austin's in Libertyville.
Let's answer the AT&T Mobility Trivia question. Pick the current ballpark that has hosted the most no-hitters. Fenway Park with 14. Dodger Stadium is second on that list with 10. Fernando Valenzuela pitched one in 1990. They had the Sandy Koufax perfect game against the Cubs in 1965. Matt Garza with a no-no at Tropicana Field last year. That was my second guess. Carlos Zambrano in a neutral site. Milwaukee, he no-hit Houston 2 years ago. And that perfect game in 65 by Sandy Koufax, the last time the Cubs have a no-hit. Lilly is out, 3 unassisted.
Right, and you mentioned the Carlos Zambrano no-hitter at Miller Park. Ted Lilly went, I believe, into the 7th inning with a no-hitter of his own the next day.
Batting next left fielder, number 10, Tony Gwynn Jr.
September 9th, 1965, the last time the Cubs were no-hit. Tony Gwynn was not in the original lineup. Got in because of Ethier's elbow injury, and he's been a busy guy out in left.
That's the life of a bench player. You show up every day hoping to be in the starting lineup. Usually you check that lineup card, realize you're not in the lineup. You go through your day's work, but you have to be ready at a minute's notice.
The last time you had a team with a no-hitter through 6 the day after another pitcher threw a no-no prior to 2008 was 1981, the Houston Astros. Nolan Ryan no-hit the Dodgers. And then Don Sutton went 6 no-hit innings, just like Ted Lilly did the next day. Doesn't happen a lot. And it did not happen on the south side of Chicago today either. Hall of Famer Don Sutton. Twins do lead the White Sox 3-1 in the bottom of the 7th. Pena will take this one by himself yet again to get Gwynn. Nick Blackburn on the mound for Minnesota with the lead today. After Francisco Liriano pitched the first no-hitter of the season last night. He went into that start possibly in jeopardy of losing his spot in the rotation. He was 1-4 with a 9.13 ERA before the no-hitter. It was his first career complete game. You had 2 guys, Bob, with ERAs in the 9s who won last night, or at least pitched well. Dempster got a no decision here, but Ryan had by far his best outing. That's what you want Aaron Miles to do, hit the ball in the air. And it's Marlon Byrd to make the catch. Z has been good. So has Ted Lilly. No score.
Save big money on your projects during the Menard Day sale. Interlock edgers provide the finishing touch to landscaping. In 5 colors, buy 2 at 94 cents each, get 1 free. 16-inch brick-faced concrete blocks are great for patios. In 3 colors, $1.99 each. All Ansel gloves are 33% off. They're designed to fit you in the job you do. Choose from a wide variety of gloves for any job. PowerFlex gloves are $1.99 per pair.
Save big money at Menards.
Free fall training. It's how Advanced Auto Parts trains our staff to install your battery fast and free. Battery testing and installation fast and free. Advanced Auto Parts. Service is our best part. Wipers, go!
The Four Seasons warehouses are overstocked, which means huge savings on furnaces and ACs. Furnaces from just $17.95, air conditioners from just $22.95, and furnace and AC combos from just $34.95 installed. Plus, enjoy additional savings with rebates and energy tax credits. We'll beat any competitor's estimate by up to $500, guaranteed.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Here you go, soft pretzels and a root beer float. How could I forget? Side of mustard, too.
Comcast Sportsnet serves it up. Catch us on Sportsnet Central or CSNChicago.com. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
This 4th inning is brought to you by KFC. Feed 4 or more with a KFC 10-piece family feast, just $20. Lemon Bob and our CSN crew from sunny Los Angeles. Starlin Castro needs to get it going. Came in 0 for his last 12. And he's now 5 for his last 40 as he bunts foul. Back to the seats. I think that tells you that he's been struggling. When he was going well, he wouldn't even consider a bunt, even in the leadoff spot. You want him swinging the bat. Little blooper into center.
Second baseman number 15, Darwin Barney.
Jammed just a little bit, but I tell you, Starlin Castro is a lot stronger than you would think. He's put together pretty well, able to muscle that one out into shallow center field for a base hit.
One thing we saw on occasion, Ted would use that sort of pickoff move. A guy would take off and then beat the throw from the first baseman to second.
That's especially an effective move when you have a right-handed throwing first baseman. It's going to take him a little bit longer after he receives the pickoff attempt to turn his body and make that throw to second. A little bit easier for James Loney being a left-handed thrower.
And Ted's move, you know, he's got that big leg kick, which gives that runner a little extra time to take off. Fastball missed to Barney, the April Rookie of the Month in the NL. 1 for 9 so far in this series.
Tough pitch to do it on, but Darwin Barney obviously trying to shoot one through that hole in the right side of the infield. A breaking pitch that was working its way down and in. He tries to pull his hands in close to his body and inside out that ball the other way, but fouls it straight back. Game plan. We were talking about it in the game last night. Rudy Jaramillo extremely impressed with the rookie Darwin Barney's approach and his game plan. Every at bat he goes up there to the plate with an idea of what he wants to do, what that pitcher's likely to try to do against him, and more often than not his game plan has worked.
2-2 to Barney. Bird is on deck. Cubs trying to break the seal on this one. Well pitched game last night by both Chad Billingsley and Ryan Dempster. It was a scoreless game into the bottom of the 6th. Watching Ted Lilly, he's got that Richie Hebner thing going that, you know, he likes to have his jersey positioned a certain way over his shoulders. Pop foul. This will get out of play. So he's got a new style of jersey that he's got to kind of tug at. With the Cubs, his sleeves would be pulled way up. And another 2-2. This will get foul, not by much. Barney really didn't get out of the box. He thought that ball was going to be way foul, and it was a lot closer than I thought, and he thought too. Couple feet.
There is a slight wind that appears to be blowing maybe from the left field corner to the right field corner. Might have straightened that one out a little bit, made it a lot closer than it appeared when it came off the bat. You know, as we sit up here, Len, we have a real good view of Ted Lilly, and he works from the far extreme third base side of the rubber, which means his pickoff throws to first base have to travel an extra foot as opposed to a guy who works from the first base side of the rubber. Of course, he's not so concerned with the runners at first base as long as he can keep them close. He's more concerned with the angle of his pitches as they get into the hitting zone.
Ground ball. It goes 4-6-3. Barney gave him a battle, but Lilly wins ultimately with that ground ball double play.
I tried to get that ball through the hole on the right side. Unfortunately, right at Aaron Miles. He turns it into a relatively routine 4-6-3 double play.
So Bird with 2 outs, nobody on. Second double play for the Dodgers. The other one was a fly ball to left, and Soriano was thrown out trying to tag to second base.
You mentioned earlier how Ted Lilly can make 88 or 89 miles an hour look like 98 or 99 because of his slow delivery. Throws a lot of off-speed pitches so that when he does throw that fastball, it really seems to be a lot quicker than it is. A former Cub pitcher, Scott Sanderson, used to pitch similarly. Had a big, long windup. He was a tall, long-arm pitcher. Used to throw a lot of breaking pitches, and when he would throw a fastball, you swear it was Doc Gooden out there on the mound. It would just seem to explode on you.
For me, when I watch Ted pitch, and we've watched him a lot, from that center field camera, it doesn't look like his pitches move a ton. Now he's got the big curveball, but everything else just has very slight movement. But I think it's more the variance of the speed. Would you say?
Adding and subtracting. Yeah, we've seen him throw fastballs. The first pitch of the game, especially last year, a lot of times he would throw a 79-mile-an-hour fastball to start the ball game, and then throughout the afternoon his fastball would range anywhere from 80 to 92.
That was a slider, and Bird could not take the bat off his shoulders. So we go to the bottom of the 4th in this pitcher's duel, old-time style.
What is value? Is it too much of a good thing, or is it something that only the precious few can afford? Hello, precious. But you and I know better. Value means getting all the quality you want at the right price. Whether you upload, download, send, or receive, or just want to call mom to say, hola, you need a network that can deliver real value.
And that network is Verizon. Get Mom a new Samsung Fascinate for $99.99 and unlimited data for only $29.99 on America's largest high-speed wireless network.
Es tu mamá. She deserves it.
Here's the part where we raid the crime lord's yacht.
It's him. He always plays the bad guy.
I'll talk tough and then get the shakes.
And I'll threaten to kill her, but I won't, because people don't die on this show.
Here's the part where we fight over jurisdiction.
I'll get mad.
And I'll give you this look to keep our sexual tension alive.
Introducing HBO Go, the new streaming service from HBO, free with your subscription.
This was so easy.
That was quick.
No envelopes to lick. No deposit slips to fill out.
A lot less paper to deal with. I'd like that.
I just feed in my check, feed the cash right in, and
Boom. There it goes.
It reads my checks, counts my cash.
Adds it all up.
how does it do that?
It even shows me what kind of bills I deposited.
4 20s, 1 10, 2 5s.
Amazing.
Look, there's a check right on the receipt.
Genius. Fast, easy.
I could get used to this.
Quick and easy ATM deposits with Bank of America.
Tonight at 5:30, don't miss Chicago Tribune Live on Comcast Sportsnet. Tribune writers, sports stars, and celebrities join host David Kaplan to discuss the day's hottest sports topics. Don't miss Chicago Tribune Live, presented by Captain Morgan tonight at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. If you just joined us, no Andre Ethier in the Dodger lineup. His 29-game hitting streak is still active, and he might be used off the bench later today. We'll see. He's got a sore left elbow. Now, the 2 hits in this series, Bob, had not been hit very hard by Ethier to extend the streak, which is now a couple of games away from tying the Dodger all-time record.
Yeah, the first one in game 1 of this series was just a little floating line drive. He hit off the end of the bat between the third baseman and the shortstop. Castro got over and got a glove on it, but couldn't make a play at first. And last night, a little broken bat floater just over the outstretched glove of Darwin Barney into shallow right field. But you know what? They all count.
Count even at 2 apiece on Gibbons. Matt Kemp will bat next, and then Juan Uribe. The Dodgers with 2 hits, a double, and a single. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
Zambrano just overpowers Gibbons with a high fastball up above the top of the strike zone at 92 miles per hour. Very tardy swing that time by the Dodger right fielder.
Fastball at 93. Some good hop on it today for Zambrano. It was 2-4 lifetime against the Dodgers. Suffered a 7-3 loss on April 24th at Wrigley Field. 6 runs in 5 innings. That day gave up 5 runs in the first inning. Would battle his way through 5, but the Cubs in an early hole could not come back. Two and 2. Went into the bottom of the 9th trailing 2-0 at home against Houston. They got 3 to win it. Jeff Baker with a waist-high catch. Juan Uribe with 2 outs.
Relatively routine fly ball to right field, but not when you're an infielder. Jeff Baker has played some corner outfield position before. Takes fly balls out there on a daily basis during batting practice, but in game action, it's a different story as Uribe got plunked on the hand, it appeared. You may remember his last at bat, all sliders away. Zambrano trying to set him up with a first pitch fastball inside off the plate, just straight in there a little bit too far and clipped Uribe on the hand.
Well, they don't need another injury. They're already without Furcal and Blake on the disabled list. The Ethier injury doesn't sound serious, but their closer, Jonathan Broxton, has an elbow problem.
Now batting first baseman, number 7, Loney.
We need to ask Zambrano and Barney who chews more gum in the course of a 9-inning game. Pulled down the right field line foul. I think MLB.com should do a poll, the best gum chewers in baseball. I think the Cubs have 2 of the more vociferous gum chewers.
That'll probably be the next stack we keep track of. How many chews per inning and per 9 innings?
Do a chopometer.
Yeah.
Barney slings to Carlos Pena. We'll go to the 5th. 0-0.
The home side is simply going now across.
Some watch simply for the love of the game.
The big guy.
Others seek out the best players or the biggest matchups and wait for the unpredictable outcome. But for most fans, it's about experiencing every magic moment live. As it happens, one history-making play at a time. Switch to Xfinity and get TV, phone, and internet for just $99 a month for 12 months, plus an HD DVR free for 3 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Whoa, I should get Mama Samsung Fascinate. Bright, colorful screen, high-speed downloads, HD video. She'll want videos of grandkids. I'm not ready for kids. What would I name it? Brian's good. Brian will make eye contact, work with his hands, return emails. Okay, Mom's getting the phone.
Get Mom a new Samsung Fascinate for $99.99 and unlimited data for only $29.99 on America's largest high-speed wireless network, Verizon.
Enterprise level business services. Powered by Mediacom's 100% fiber optic infrastructure. Secure broadband networks customized to fit your business. Transparent LAN service. Dedicated internet access. PRI. Business Internet. Powering your business with advanced fiber data services. Enterprise solutions from Mediacom Business.
Comcast Sportsnet, now part of the NBC Sports Group.
Text footlong to 29653. If you're the 500th texter, you could win 5 $5 footlong subs from Subway. Those scores, we head to the top half of the 5th inning. Each team with 2 base hits, no errors in the ball game up to this point. It has been a good old-fashioned pitcher's duel on throwback day here at Dodger Stadium. Ted Lilly hooking up against former teammate Carlos Zambrano.
In that game in Cincinnati, Jay Bruce with a walk-off RBI double as the Reds beat the Astros 3-2 to get back to the 500 mark. They dropped under 500 after a loss last night for the first time in almost a calendar year. We'll see the Reds on Friday. Ramirez, 1 strike on the Cubs' third baseman.
You know, Len, I don't think there was any intent on the part of Carlos Zambrano when he hit Juan Uribe on the hand with that pitch in the last half inning. But we know from past history, Ted Lilly is not afraid to protect his teammates.
Curveball stayed up. 1-1. Carlos with a new hairdo.
Looks like the San Diego Padre Friar. Doesn't he have that hair on top and nothing on the sides? Looks a little bit like that.
Ouch.
Yeah, I guess I have it backwards. The Friar has the hair on the sides and none on the top.
Right.
Now we know where the hair on the top from the Friar went. Ooh, up near the left knee that time of Aramis Ramirez.
No score here in the 5th. Each team with a couple of hits. Nobody's really had a major threat. Dodgers have put 1 in scoring position. It was on a double in the first by Aaron Miles, called strike 3. And the Cubs without a runner as far as second base to this point.
That was that backdoor slider. Actually caught a lot of plate up over the heart of the plate, but Ramirez obviously looking for something else in the 2-strike count.
Pop up by Baker. This could be trouble. Base hit. He's trying to get the extra base and is out.
Dropped right in that Bermuda Triangle between the 3 Dodger defenders. Unfortunately, a perfect throw by Gibbons right on the money. Baker a little slow getting out of the box right there. And then by the time he decides to turn it on, he too runs into a bad out at second base. Some shaky fundamental baseball here in a day that we expected it to be a pitcher's duel and every run was going to be very important. Like to see a little more effort out there.
Every base critical in a game like this. Now Ted not real happy with the way that pitch went. Like his mechanics kind of broke down as he completed the delivery. Now a 2-0. That is a strike.
There's that 80-mile-an-hour fastball. That's like batting practice. Just wind up and lob it up there in the middle of the plate to your catcher.
That one at 88, and Soto hit it hard but foul. Lilly was born in Southern California from Torrance, but grew up in Northern California near the Yosemite National Park. Was originally in the Dodger organization before he got dealt to Montreal. High drive. Giovanni Soto, deep left center. Gone. Cubs lead 1-0.
Gio's starting to heat it up with the long ball. Ted Lilly tries to sneak a fastball in there, and Gio was all over it. If anybody should have a good idea of what Ted Lilly's going to try to do to the Cubs hitters today, it's the guy that caught him. Ted Lilly doesn't even want to turn around. He knows where that's going just by the sound of the ball coming off the bat.
Cubs strike first, the 2-out homer by Soto, and here's the major league leader, Alfonso Soriano, with 11, swing and a miss on a changeup. Soto with his 3rd of the year. Second go-ahead RBI in as many games, as he won it last night with a 2-run double in the 9th. Fair ball picked up by Mitchell. And that's the inning. But Giovanni Soto against his former battery mate makes it 1-0 Cubs in the 5th.
Hey, would you mind if I asked Sheila out?
Of course not. We broke up 6 months ago. But I don't think she'd go for a guy like...
She said she'd love to. She can't wait to see me. She's wanted me to ask her out for over a year now. She just sent me a video.
Hi, Steven. Can I see that?
Yeah.
Can't wait for a date.
In the network, sparks fly faster. AT&T is getting faster with 4G. Rethink possible.
You're gonna have to miss the game tonight.
Are you out of your mind? That call is horrible. Terrible. Horrible. Terrible. Horrible.
Comcast Sportsnet stands up for the fans. Catch us on Sportsnet Central or CSNChicago.com. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
You're a disgrace to the profession. A disgrace.
Want to see all the action from the front row? Now you can with the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. Front row seats will be auctioned off to each game all season long. For more information, visit Cubs.com and click on the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. The best seats are always a click away.
Hi.
Hon, we still on for dinner?
Oh, I can't. You know I've got the bar exam.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, one more time. This bar means...
The Coors Light is cold?
And this bar...
The Coors Light is super cold?
Congrats. You just passed the bar exam.
Introducing new Super Cold Activation from Coors Light. With 2 stages, you'll know when your beer goes from cold to super cold.
So, you're a lawyer?
Huh?
No. Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
I'm David Kaplan here with a Coors Light Cold Blast Sportsnet Central update. Bulls take on the Hawks later tonight, Game 2 of the Eastern Conference semifinals. And after the game goes final, switch over to Comcast Sportsnet. Stacey King joins Kendall Gill and Mr. NBA Mark Shanowski for BMW Bulls Postgame Live. They'll break down the game, bring you locker room interviews. And now we go back to L.A. 2 guys who are promising to bring warm weather home, Len and Bob.
Cap, thank you very much. Bottom 3 in the order for the Dodgers against Carlos Zambrano. A 1-0 lead as Giovanni Soto took Ted Lilly deep. Navarro pops it up. And again, it's always an adventure on a day like this, but no problem for Marlon Byrd. Very encouraging outing by Matt Garza on this trip. Zambrano won his last start. Ryan Dempster last night. The big 3 pitching a lot better here lately.
Well, you knew with the track record that those 3 guys have had throughout their major league careers that they were going to settle in. They were going to pitch much better. It was just a question of when, and it was good to see all of them busting out the way they have in their last starts.
Here's Mitchell, the 3rd baseman, who flied to center his first time. Off day tomorrow, and then a big 3-team 9-game homestand starting Friday. The Reds, the Cardinals, the Giants. That's a strike. It's 2-1. Fastball outside, 3-1. Z has not walked anybody to this point. He did hit Juan Uribe in the last inning. Pena shading his eyes, and he has it in foul ground.
Stroll through the home of the Chicago Cubs and get an insider's look at more than 97 years of history in this legendary ballpark. Guided tours may include visits to the press box, clubhouses, and dugouts, as well as a chance to actually step on the field. For more information or to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. Tour sizes are limited and sell out fast, so get your tickets today.
There's Ted Lilly. It's going to be a quick 1-2-3. An 8-pitch fifth for Z with a 1-0 edge.
Let's see you fly now.
Look, more frequent flyer red tape.
Not on my watch. Let that family fly.
I just wanted to use miles to take my family on vacation, but...
Let me guess, restrictions through the roof.
That's right.
Not anymore. Rapid Rewards has your back.
Join Rapid Rewards and enjoy unlimited reward seats, no blackout dates, and no red tape.
May 13th, hang with Comcast Sportsnet at the Coors Light Northside Baseball Viewing Party. Come by Austin Saloon at 481 Peterson Road in Libertyville to win prizes. Enjoy Coors Light and watch the Northsiders take on last year's champs. May 13th at Austin's in Libertyville.
Here's to the pursuit of better, faster, cleaner, funner. Here's to the pursuit of advancements that help make new engines possible and dreams a reality. Here's to the pursuit of another 100 years of earning America's trust. Not just oil, Pennzoil.
Friday, the White Sox are on the West Coast for a battle with the Mariners. Coverage begins at 8:30 with Belco White Sox pregame live. White Sox, Mariners, Friday night at 8:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Wednesday on CTL, Bulls look to get even with the Hawks. We'll have the latest from the United Center, including updates on Derrick Rose's ankle. The White Sox wrap up their Central Showdown with the Twins, and the Cubs leave L.A. all Wednesday at 5:30.
When Aramis Ramirez wants Chicago's best prime steaks, he heads to Harry Carey's Italian Steakhouse in Chicago. Lombard or Rosemont. Call 773 Holy Cow or visit harrycareys.com today. Yummy.
Like bar towels? Yes.
Juan Uribe's out. Remember, he got hit by a pitch earlier, and Jamie Carroll is in. Looked like that bottom hand on the bat. I don't know if he got clipped on the play at second base when Jeff Baker tried to slide in and was tagged out, but we'll find out. They overshift to the right on the infield against Carlos Pena, who swings and misses at a slider. Ted Lilly's plan against Carlos Pena. Doubleheader in Atlanta. Marco Estrada, Tommy Hanson in the opener. Deep to right, Carlos Pena has done it again. His second homer of the year. Second in as many games. 2-0.
Trying to go away once again. You see where the Dodger catcher sets up. That breaking ball hangs up over the outer part of the plate, right where Carlos likes it. Man, is that good to see. Well, I talk about it all the time. When you're in a little bit of a funk at the plate, sometimes all it takes is squaring a ball up one time just to remember what it feels like, remember the rhythm of your swing to get that bat head into the hitting zone quickly, and hopefully Carlos is going to heat up big time.
Zambrano into the left field corner, starting to hit the ball very hard against Ted Lilly. That'll be a single because of a very nice defensive play by Tony Gwynn.
Shortstop number 13, Starlin Castro.
Not sure what that pitch was at 77 miles an hour, but it was up and out over the plate, and Zambrano crushed it down toward that left field corner. That was a nice sliding play by Tony Gwynn to keep it from going all the way to the wall.
Zambrano was dancing off first base as that pitch was being delivered, and a called strike to Castro.
He actually crossed over and took a couple steps towards second base. Looked like he was thinking about stealing a base, but wasn't sure if he had a good enough jump or not.
That time, Carlos was on the base when Ted started his pitch to the plate. His lead was 0. Look at this. Now he just starts
got to step off the bag.
Yeah. And the 1-2 is too high. Right-hander Zach Greinke will make his Milwaukee Brewers debut in Game 2 of that doubleheader against Tim Hudson in Atlanta later tonight. And the cracked rib, suffered playing basketball early in spring training.
Castro continues to stay alive here in the at-bat. Slider down and in. Bottom of the strike zone. Just gets a piece of it. We know that Starlin rarely swings and misses completely up there at the plate, which is part of the problem he's had recently. Chasing a lot of pitchers' pitches. Putting them in play weekly. Just needs to narrow that zone down a little bit more. I mean, that's kind of a curse when you have the kind of hand-eye coordination where you can make contact with just about any pitch a guy throws you. And you can get yourself into some bad habits swinging at everything.
Left center, Matt Kemp gets underneath.
Hey fans, follow the Cubs with the MLB.com at Bat 11 app for your iPhone, iPad, Android, or BlackBerry. Get live audio, pitch-by-pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Text at BAT to 31826 or visit Cubs.com for details.
That's a great center field shot of this beautiful ballpark. It can be intimidating, I'm sure, for guys coming in here making their major league debut. 4 tall decks. And if you're way upstairs here, you're looking straight down at the field. It is a ravine, Chavez Ravine. You kind of drive up to the top and then walk down into the ballpark.
Yeah, there's an old saying by general managers and scouts talking about a minor league phenom. Let's see how he plays when we put the second deck on the ballpark. Well,
they did that twice.
Yeah. A big Ted Lilly curveball. Throw it anywhere from 65 to 75 miles per hour. He changes speeds on all of his pitches, which is kind of unusual. A lot of guys, if you look at the pitch chart after a start, their fastballs will be very similar. 91 to 93. 91, 91, 92, 91, 93. Not Ted.
Flare into right for Darwin Barney. His first hit today. 2 on with 1 out.
Coming to the plate, center fielder, number 24, Marlon Byrd.
Lilly missing his spots, especially with that slider today. That has been his go-to pitch in the past, especially the backdoor slider to right-handed hitters, but he's left it over the heart of the plate on several occasions already today.
Byrd came in 7 for 14, a .500 average against Lilly, but he is 0 for 2 on a foul out and a punch out. Caught looking in the 4th. That one deep to left. Marlon Byrd, 3-run shot. 5-0. That's his first of the year. And his first since September 6th of last season.
Boy, that's a beautiful thing. I was just thinking, Len, with Carlos Zambrano running at second base, it'd be nice if Marlon would hit one out of here so he doesn't have to chug around third and have a play at the plate on a base hit to the outfield. Now he can just jog around the bases and wait for Marlon Byrd to give him high fives when he gets to home plate.
Swing and a miss on a changeup. 5-0 on 3 homers. Soto, Pena, Byrd. We had the graphic last night, the 3, 4, 5 guys. Even though Pena's hitting 8th today, but the main 3, 4, 5 to start the year had combined for 1, and that belonged to that man, Aramis Ramirez. But in less than 24 hours, Pena and Byrd have combined for 3. And Lance Cormier will get up in the Dodgers bullpen.
The 1 home run that Ramirez has hit this year, that came all the way back on April 6th. It's been quite a long ball drought for him, a guy that's used to hitting home runs in bunches.
Three and 2.
Check with Mike Quade and his coaching staff after the game. Len, you mentioned earlier how Ted Lilly has a habit of mouthing his pitches to the catcher when the batter steps out of the box. I wonder if the Cubs bench has a sign that they can relay to the hitters if they see something. It could be something as simple as a whistle. If you hear a high-pitch whistle come from the bench, that means it's a fastball. If you don't hear anything, it's something other than a fastball. Natives are getting restless here at Dodger Stadium. Trying to help Don Mattingly manage his ball club from the stands.
Yeah, that only happens here.
Yeah.
In no other ballpark do the fans try to help out the manager. Navarro, by the way, catching Lilly for the first time in the regular season this year. His only previous start for Navarro was a Sunday. Baker 1 for 2 was thrown out trying to stretch a single into a double in the 5th. Cubs have made up for the base running gaffes today, however. Well, there's another one. By hitting home runs. And it is a good thing they've hit the ball out of the ballpark today.
Ramirez tried to get a walking lead and take off for second base as Lilly made his first movement, but Teddy sniffed it out through the pickoff attempt to Loney, who relayed on to Jamie Carroll for the out at second base.
Two. Foul tip, strike 3, but the Cubs had 4 runs. Pena with a leadoff shot, and then a few batters later, Marlon Byrd with a 3-run homer. It's 5-0.
When my doctor told me I had cancer and I didn't know which way to turn, you were there.
When I needed to get to my treatment, you were there.
When I lost my hair and needed to look like myself again.
When insurance problems threatened her care.
When their needs went beyond medical help.
You were there.
If you or someone you love has cancer, turn to the American Cancer Society. All their help is free.
Why am I still here? Because you were there.
Friday, the White Sox are on the West Coast for a battle with the Mariners. Coverage begins at 8:30 with Belco White Sox pregame live. White Sox, Mariners, Friday night at 8:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Enjoy the area's finest room with a view. The Clubhouse at Brown Deer, open year-round and available to the public for receptions, banquets, and meetings. The Clubhouse at Brown Deer is a first-class, full-service venue for nearly any size event. Experience fine dining and exceptional service in a spacious country club setting with magnificent views overlooking Coralville's Brown Deer Golf Club. Reserve the Clubhouse at Brown Deer and make yours a one-of-a-kind event.
When you earn your GED diploma, the barriers in your life fall. Take the first step and get free GED information in your area at 1-877-38-YOUR-GED or yourged.org. Earn your GED diploma and begin your brighter future.
Hey fans, don't miss your chance to get the Best Buy pack at Wrigley Field. 4 tickets, 4 drinks, 4 hot dogs starting at just $80 for the Central Division matchups against the Reds and Cardinals, as well as a series with the World Series champion Giants. For more details and to purchase your Best Buy pack, visit Cubs.com/BestBuyPack.
Carlos Zambrano now with a 5-run cushion. He faces the top of the Dodger order, starting with Tony Gwynn, who has grounded out twice to the right side. Ramirez in on the grass at third. Fair ball, right field corner. And Gwynn will stop at second, not taking a chance with his team down big.
Just inside the first baseline on a slider down and in. Ball got down in that right field corner. Security guards running every which way, dragging chairs with him. Jeff Baker stays with it, but by the time he gets to it and hustles it back in, Gwynn is thinking about third. Just a quick peek to his third base coach, Tim Wallach, as he got close to second base. Wallach had the stop sign up, and Gwynn's able to retreat to second base with a leadoff double.
Aaron Miles takes ball one. As we suspected, a left-hand contusion is the reason Juan Uribe had to leave after getting hit by a pitch. To see that? That was all the catcher.
Yeah, I do.
He did all the talking.
Yeah, his team just spotted him to a 5-run lead with that 4 spot in the top of the inning. He gives up a leadoff double, falls behind to a hitter that he should just put away without even thinking about it. And Gio went out there and got on him a little bit. Yeah, it's one thing to nibble around the edges if you've got Andre Ethier or Matt Kemp up there at the plate, but you know, Aaron Miles, just throw it over the plate, let him hit it in the air somewhere. That's exactly what Carlos has done on the next 2 pitches. Took a little off his fastball, just made sure to get it in the strike zone. Gio with some more words of encouragement, pumped his fist. Nice going. That's what I'm looking for.
Another foul. Kevin Correa and Clayton Richard a little bit later. Pirates and Padres from San Diego. Correa, first Pirate to win 4 games in April since 2003. Broken bat, soft liner. Barney can't get it, and the Dodgers are in business. 2 on, nobody out. Again, no Andre Ethier today. Here comes Gibbons, who has struck out twice.
Broken bat on a slider right there. Once again, just out of the reach of Darwin Barney as he goes out there into shallow right field. Fortunately, Tony Gwynn Jr. had to hold up at second base. He wasn't sure if that ball was going to get down or not, so he has to hold at third.
High for ball 1 to Gibbons. Jason Marquis goes for a 4-0 record tonight as the Nationals are in Philadelphia. They face Vance Worley. Marquis 3-0 with a 262. Worley got the win replacing the DL Joe Blanton on Friday.
Zambrano has gotten Gibbons to chase some pitches up there above the top of the strike zone, but not that time.
Z ready for 2-2. Golf to left. Soriano coming in. Gwynn tagging. He's going to try to score. Here's the throw. Safe. It's a sac fly for Jay Gibbons, and it's now 5-1.
A lazy fly ball out into shallow left field. Soriano gets to it in good shape. His momentum going toward his target. Unfortunately, that throw just tailed a little bit too much, taking Soto over into foul territory, and Dodgers are on the board.
Kemp has flied out twice. Tim Lincecum tries to get the Giants back to 500 tonight. He's 2-3, but a sub-3 ERA, 2.90. He goes against Chris Capuano of the Mets. Chris Carpenter, he'll pitch tonight for the Cardinals without a win. In spite of a 3.89 ERA, he'll face Javier Vasquez in St. Louis tonight. Ground ball, how about 2? 4 to 6-3, and the inning is over. The Dodgers get on the board, but get only 1. It's 5-1 Cubs after 6.
Hey, Chicago, it's baseball season. Time to head to Wrigleyville Sports. Hundreds of new Cubs items arriving daily. Fully stocked assortment of Bulls and Hawks gear. And don't forget White Sox and Bears. Buy online and shipping is just $4.95. Orders over $100 shipped free. Visit us on Facebook for special deals. Get to Wrigleyville Sports now.
Let's go out to the DMV. It's okay that we're number 403. We'll find ourselves a comfy seat and watch some shows and stuff. Let's follow that lady with the laptop.
Now you can watch hit TV shows on your laptop with Uverse Online and on your smartphone with Uverse Mobile, included with most plans. Or get Uverse TV for as low as $29 a month for 6 months. In the network, you can take entertainment with you.
Are you going to the game or looking for a place to watch it? The Captain Morgan Club on Addison and Sheffield is calling your name. Open year-round with 30 flat-screen TVs and an outdoor patio. Come to the Captain Morgan Club to watch the Cubs and every sporting event. Tickets or no tickets, we're calling all captains.
Hey, this is Tom. How do you guys feel about our pitching rotation?
I got it. 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 I got it.
Comcast Sportsnet fields your questions. Catch us on Sportsnet Central or CSNChicago.com. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
I got it. I got it. I got it.
He said that he could achieve it.
Why can't I be the MVP of the league? Why can't I be the best player in the league?
And the world began to believe.
That was an elevator all the way to the top floor.
Writing his own destiny.
Too big, too strong, too fast, and just too good.
Derrick Rose is MVP.
Watch Comcast Sportsnet Cubs replays on demand with Xfinity only from Comcast. Don't miss the action. Call 1-800-XFINITY today. Left-hander Hong-Chi Kuo making his 6th appearance. Went on the DL in mid-April and came off the DL 3 days ago. He had a lower back sprain. Was an all-star last year, set the Dodgers single-season record for the lowest earned run average at 1.20. Faces a guy who hopefully will pick up the game-winning RBI for the 2nd consecutive game. Giovanni Soto got the scoring started with a home run in the 5th. I apologize, having a little technical difficulty with our scorebox graphic, but we'll have it up and running momentarily. 2-0 pitch on the way. That one missed. 3-0. Although back in the 1940s, there wouldn't have been such a thing. There's a graphic on the screen telling you what the score is, what the count is, how many outs there are. Ball 4, leadoff walk.
Coming to the plate, left fielder, Alfonso Soriano.
I know you have a lot of these songs on your iPod, Len, but some of the #1 hits back in 1944, Paper Doll by the Mills Brothers, Jimmy Dorsey with Bésame Mucho, Kiss Me Much, Guy Lombardo, It's Love, Love, Love. Boy, love was all over the place. Bing Crosby, I Love You. It was a big year for Bing. He had another #1 hit, Swinging on a Star. Dinah Shore, I'll Walk Alone.
Which album did AC/DC put out that year? Is that Back in Black?
Yeah, that was their first year, I believe. Yeah. Well, here at Dodger Stadium during batting practice, they were playing a number of songs that were popular back in the early 40s. Nice change from the gangster rap we were listening to the first 2 games of the series here at Dodger Stadium.
Also being played on the organ here. 0-2 on Alfonso Soriano. 5-1 Cubs in the 7th. 1 on, nobody out.
Chamberlain College of Nursing is proud to bring you Nurses Night at the ballpark next Tuesday, May 10th. Don't miss the action as the Cubs battle the Cards at 7:05. Be sure to arrive early. The first 5,000 fans will receive a Cubs t-shirt, compliments of Chamberlain College of Nursing. As part of National Nurses Week, make sure to thank a special nurse in your life.
Another 0-2, and he got him on a breaking ball for strike 3.
Right, he's got 4 quality pitches, a good fastball in the low to mid-90s, a slow curve, a hard slider, and a straight changeup. It's mostly a fastball slider combination, but he can mix in the other 2 pitches as he sees fit.
Here's Pena, who hit his first homer of the year last night off a righty, Chad Billingsley. And his second one off a lefty today, Ted Lilly. Fastball outside, 2-0 the count. 5-1 Cubs in the 7th.
I was just going to say, Len, Cole last pitched on Sunday against the Padres. Wasn't a good day for him. A third of an inning, gave up a couple of hits and 4 runs in that ball game. Just seems kind of odd to bring your one left-handed relief pitcher into a game when the opposing team is loaded up with right-handed hitters.
Pretty good on pitch tracks, but not to the home plate umpire Dan Iasonia. 3-0. That one did.
Top of the strike zone, just below the belt. Although the top of the strike zone is actually considerably higher than that, according to the rule book.
Three and 2.
Throw it right there again. One more time. Down and out over the plate. That's where Pena likes the ball. Get his arms extended. Has great plate coverage.
Are you starting to sweat like I am? It is really warming up here at Dodger Stadium. It was 89 when we started.
Cooking. The temperature was predicted to get into the mid-90s at some of the areas here in Los Angeles, depending on whether you were closer to the ocean or closer to the mountains. I think we're in one of those places where it's going to get up into the mid-90s. Sure feels like it. But I'm not complaining.
Nope. He got him.
Batting next, pitcher number 38, Carlos Zambrano.
Z off to a good start at the plate. Takes a strike. The home run ball today has been big for the Cubs. Soto in the 5th, Pena, and then Bird with a 3-run shot in the 6th. Ground ball, diving stop by James Loney. What a play. And that'll end it. 7th inning stretch time. Cubs lead the Dodgers 5-1.
Get live scoring every Cubs game with CSNChicago.com. Log on at game time and click the in-game live icon for up to the second stats, schedules, and tweets. Cubs in-game live, presented by Honda. Visit your Honda dealer today.
For do you swear to preserve the peace?
I swear!
I'm Bill Wennington, and I took my share of body blows playing for the Bulls. But that was nothing compared to the hit I took when I learned my sister had cancer. She was only 38, and my whole world turned upside down. If this happens to you, contact the American Cancer Society right away. Their free, hands-on support gives patients their best shot at getting well. Today, my sister's a survivor. If someone you love is fighting cancer, get the American Cancer Society on your team.
40 years ago, he wasn't worried about retirement. He'd yet to hear of mutual funds, IRAs, or annuities. Back then, he had something more important to do. He wasn't focused on his future. But fortunately, somebody else was. At USAA, we provide retirement solutions for our military, veterans, and their families. From investments to life insurance to healthcare options. Learn more at USAA.com/retirement or call 877-242-USAA.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by Corona Light. Corona Light is a proud sponsor of Cinco de Mayo celebrations everywhere. Corona Light, it only gets better.
Time for our Home Depot doing more on defense. We say it all the time. Home runs can cover up a lot of warts on a ball club, and the Cubs have had some warts today. Soriano trying to tag on a fly ball to left field was thrown out rather handily at second base. Jeff Baker trying to stretch a single into a double. He too gunned down at second base, but Cubs lead on the big board, and that's all that matters. 5-1 Cubs as we head to the bottom of the 7th.
There's Andre Ethier with a 29-game hitting streak. A late scratch due to left elbow inflammation. You get the feeling he'll get a shot today. If the game is on the line, the Cubs will try to avoid that situation altogether. Tyler Colvin is now playing right for Jeff Baker.
Leading off the bottom of the 7th for the Dodgers, shortstop number 14, Jamie Carroll.
Here's Jamie Carroll with his first at bat. He came in for Juan Uribe, who left with a left hand contusion. This is what I wondered, Bob. You know, Uribe got hit by a pitch, then stayed in. And I wonder if he got spiked on that same hand by Jeff Baker. Seems like when you get injured, it just finds that area. Yeah.
Yep. Took the glove off right away, still stinging from getting hit by the pitch, and then gets spiked in the back of the same hand. It was actually a nice tag by Uribe. Rather than go searching for the runner and try to tag him on the leg somewhere, just drop the glove down in front of the base. That's where the runner's going to go eventually anyway, so why chase him? Let him come to you.
Not a pinch hit appearance for Carroll because he was already in the game, but he's been one of the best pinch hitters in baseball. Colvin with the catch and the out.
Hey fans, watch the Cubs take on the Cards next Wednesday, May 11th at 7:05 at Wrigley Field. Be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will receive a Cubs cereal bowl, compliments of Jewel. For more information and to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com.
Fastball strike to James Loney. And a rainbow to Colvin. 2 down. This is already the second longest outing of the year in 7 starts for Z.
He's been pretty economical today. Only 90 pitches here into the 7th inning. We've seen some starts in the past where Carlos was up to 90 after 4. So he's done a nice job. The Dodgers have obliged him by being very aggressive early in the count, especially through the first couple innings of the game.
A win today and the Cubs will split the season series 3-3 with the Dodgers, and they would finish their road trip at 4-3. To Dioner Navarro.
That's part of the reason why the pitch count is down so much for Zambrano today.
Yeah, early contact, that's going to drop. And we'll bring up Russ Mitchell with 2 outs and a runner on.
Russ Mitchell.
Pitch way off the plate away. Navarro just kind of flips his bat at it, catches it off the very end of the bat, and floats it out there into shallow left field for a base hit. Only the 5th hit given up in the game by Zambrano.
Tap foul. Couple of unbeaten pitchers going tonight in Oakland. Josh Tomlin, a right-hander for the Indians, 4-0. Trevor Cahill is 4-0 for the A's. Indians will go into that game 20-8. Only team in baseball with 20 wins. They've won 7 in a row. I would assume there'll be plenty of seats available at the Oakland Coliseum tonight. Zambrano cruising through 7 with a 5-1 lead.
Hey, would you mind if I asked Sheila out?
Of course not. We broke up 6 months ago. I don't think she'd go for a guy like...
She said she'd love to. She can't wait to see me. She's wanted me to ask her out for over a year now. She just sent me a video.
Hi, Steve. Can I see that?
Yeah.
Can't wait for our date.
In the network, sparks fly faster. AT&T is getting faster with 4G. Rethink possible.
The Chicago Cubs strongly encourage the use of public transportation. The CTA offers a variety of options, including the Red Line, which stops right at Wrigley Field at the Edison Station. If you must drive, try the remote parking operation at DeVry University, located near the Edison and Rockwell intersection. The remote lot offers parking and an express bus for just $6. For more details, call the CTA hotline at 773-836-7000 or visit Cubs.com.
After the game, stick around for Coors Light Cubs post-game live. David Kaplan, Todd Hollandsworth. He'll break it down just like Big Z. They'll preview the Cubs' next matchup. Don't miss Coors Light Cubs post-game live. Immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
We've talked a lot about body language and nonverbal things that a pitcher will do to let you know when he's had enough. I don't think Carlos had quite enough yet. He looks like he's having a good time today.
Got into the spirit with the old school wind-up on his first pitch of the day, and it's been a fun one. There's right-hander Mike McDougal to work the eighth.
For the Cubs, shortstop number 13, Starlin Castro.
Starlin Castro in the leadoff spot today, 1 for 3. Average holding at 315. On the heat for a strike. A pop up, and it's Aaron Miles.
Want to see a Cubs game from the front row at Wrigley Field? Well, now you can. Visit Cubs.com and click on the CBOE front row seats auction to bid on tickets in the front row behind home plate and along the first baseline. Front row seats will be auctioned off to every game all season long, so don't miss your chance. Go to Cubs.com and check out the CBOE front row seats auction today.
Ground ball past McDougal. Mitchell will throw but late.
There is such a thing as an easy infield single. This is it. Once the ball gets by the Dodger pitcher, it's going to be a tough play for anybody on that left side of the infield. Darwin Barney able to leg it out for an infield hit, his second hit of the game.
Big blast in this one. Marlon Byrd's 3-run homer in the 6th. Went from 2-0 to 5-0. 2-0.
One more 1944, Len. Then I'll leave it alone.
No, this is good stuff.
The first instance ever of network censorship occurs.
Okay.
Eddie Cantor and Nora Martin sang a duet called We're Having a Baby, My Baby and Me, and they turned the sound off on it.
Wow.
I guess times have changed just a tad.
Cubs might want to continue wearing this uniform. If they hold on and win this one, Bird takes the walk.
Now batting third baseman, number 16, Ramos Ramirez.
We've seen plenty of Mike McDougal over the years, and he has changed very little since his first day in the major leagues. Really good arm, really live fastball. Has no clue where it's going on a consistent basis.
Strike one to Ramirez. McDougal, born in Las Vegas, went to Wake Forest and was a first-round draft pick of the Kansas City Royals in 1999. All-Star in 03. Swing and a miss, strike three. Pretty good slider at 88 miles an hour.
Well, McDougal will occasionally dazzle you with his stuff when he can find a good release point and keep his mechanics together. We've seen a fastball in the mid to upper 90s, a real good slider there to strike out Ramirez. The problem, as I mentioned, is consistency, just not able to do it on a regular basis.
His dad, Tom, pitched in the Kansas City A's system back in the mid-'60s, and his teammates included Sal Bando, Raleigh Fingers, Joe Rudy, but he didn't get past A-ball. Colvin came in to play right in the bottom of the seventh and had a couple of putouts.
That was probably a fortunate foul ball right there by Tyler Colvin. Navarro was winding up to throw to second base. There was a pickoff on out there. Jamie Carroll had snuck in behind Darwin Barney, and they had him out in no man's land. Watch Navarro back behind home plate. He's getting ready to throw to second base. Carroll had snuck in behind Darwin Barney, and Darwin had taken a very aggressive secondary lead and was vulnerable.
Been tough for Mike Quaddy to find playing time for Colvin, who's gotten off to a slow start. Kosuke Fukudome has been the main leadoff man against righties. A fly to center, fairly deep, but playable for Kemp. And the inning is over as the Cubs strand two. They lead 5-1 as we go to the last of the eighth.
Free fall
install training. It's how Advanced Auto Parts trains our staff to install your battery fast and free. Battery testing and installation fast and free. Advanced Auto Parts. Service is our best part. Wipers, go!
Whoa, I should get Mama Samsung Fascinate. Bright, colorful screen, high-speed downloads, HD video. She'll want videos of grandkids. I'm not ready for kids. What would I name it? Brian's good. And Brian will make eye contact, work with his hands, return emails. Okay, Mom's getting the phone.
Get Mom a new Samsung Fascinate for $99.99 and unlimited data for only $29.99 on America's largest high-speed wireless network. Verizon.
Hey, golfing friends, Mark Lemon here, PGA Pro at Airport National Public Golf. Our mission here for almost 20 years now has been to really improve your family or your corporate lives through fun and affordable golf. Whether you are just playing our 27 holes of immaculate golf, blasting balls on our huge driving range, playing our fun new lighted mini course, or just enjoying a hot dog or ice cream cone with us. Regardless, our 3 pros invite you to come enjoy some fast, friendly, and fun family golf at Cedar Rapids Airport National Public Golf Course today.
Chicago Tribune Live, tonight at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan with the Suzuki Sportsnet Central update. Bulls look to even up their playoff series with the Hawks. They take the court tonight at the United Center. When the game goes final, tune in to Comcast Sportsnet for BMW Bulls Postgame Live. Stacey King joins Kendall Gill and Mr. NBA Mark Chanowski to break down all the action and bring you postgame interviews. That comes your way later tonight. But for now, let's send you back to Chavez Ravine and rejoin Len and Bob. Bring it home, guys.
Cap, thanks very much. Chance to win this series and have a successful 4-3 road trip. Ivana Jesus Jr. swings at the first pitch as he pinch hits for McDougal. Tyler Colvin with the catch and the first out of the 8th.
Don't miss the action as the Cubs host the Cardinals on Thursday, May 12th at Wrigley Field. Game time is 1:20, but as always, be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 adults 21 and older will receive a Cubs golf towel, compliments of Budweiser. For more information and to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. The only use I would have for a golf towel is to cry into it at the end of my round.
Gwynn takes ball 1. I hear you. That's a strike, 2-1. Cubs with all their runs off Ted Lilly, who went 6 today, gave up 8 hits and 3 home runs. For a payoff pitch. And on his hands, and Gwynn pulled it foul. The only team we have not seen in the National League West is the defending World Series champion Giants. They will be at Wrigley Field coming up on this upcoming homestand. Gwynn takes ball 4, and without having seen the Giants, who are a game under 500, Wood the righty, Marshall the lefty. For the Rockies, by far the best team you've seen out of this division. They have a 4-game lead currently over the Dodgers and Giants.
I think so far, absolutely. As you mentioned, the Dodgers are missing the left side of their infield, and without Andre Ethier today, which certainly would make a huge difference in their lineup. But I think top to bottom, all facets of the game considered, the Rockies so far seem to be the total package. They can beat you with power. They can beat you with their legs. They play pretty good defense. Their starting pitching has been solid.
Miles to right. That's 4 flies to Tyler Colvin since he came into the game. 2 away.
Coming to the plate, right fielder, number 31.
But as we know from past experience, a lot of things can change between now and the end of the regular season. Some of the teams that maybe are sputtering along at this time of year will find their stride and start to win ball games with regularity. And some of the teams that are amazing baseball right now, the way they're playing, will fall back to their level.
A pop up behind first. Darwin Barney, foul ground, basket catch. And we head to the 9th. Cubs 5, Dodgers 1.
That airline is going to nail that frequent flyer with restrictions when he tries to use his miles.
That's a lot of red tape. Step on it. I can't escape the red tape. Now you can with Rapid Rewards. Come on.
Join Rapid Rewards and enjoy unlimited reward seats, no blackout dates, and no red tape.
That's cool. 1800 just poured me a shot. What can your top do? Nothing. 1800 tequila. Change the game.
Friday, the White Sox are on the West Coast for a battle with the Mariners. Coverage begins at 8:30 with Belco White Sox pregame live. White Sox, Mariners, Friday night at 8:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Hey, Marcel, watch this. Hey, Marcel, watch this.
Hey, Marcel, watch this.
Yeah, Marcel. Marcel.
Hey, Marcel. Are you listening to me? Marcel.
Only AT&T U-verse lets you follow your favorite channels on one screen. Just $29 a month for the first 6 months, DVR included. In the network, there are no hard choices.
Cubs fans, get ready for an exciting finish. Brought to you by New Finish Car Polish and the #1 rated scratch remover, Scratch Doctor.
Carlos Zambrano talking with his manager, Mike Quaddy. He would be due up 4th here in the 9th inning. Second time this year he's gone 8. And he has been excellent. Looks like he might be done with handshakes around.
Knowing Carlos, he was probably trying to tell Mike Quaddy, hey, if you want to take me off the mound, that's fine, but let me take my at-bat if we get down to that pitcher spot. We know how much he loves to swing that bat.
There's Vicente Padilla.
A lot of fastballs from Padilla. Tailing, sinking, 2-seamer, a straight 4-seamer, an occasional cutter. He does have breaking pitches and a changeup, but he rarely throws them pitching out of the bullpen.
Got some changes for the Dodgers. De Jesus stays in and plays second. Aaron Miles goes over to third, and Russell Mitchell's now in right. That means Gibbons is out. Gibbons made the last out of the 8th. Soto lost that bottom hand again on the bat. It's happened on several occasions over the years. Dodgers have some closing issues now. They don't know what's wrong with Jonathan Broxton. They just know his elbow isn't right. So they're going to have that checked out. They've got to find another closer. We mentioned Quo just coming off the DL. Padilla with the same, Bob. He can't really go back-to-back games. Coming off forearm surgery, and he's never closed. Based on stuff, as De Jesus from one knee will throw out Soto. Mike McDougal would be the guy, but as you say, it's kind of a question mark as well.
Might be a situation where Don Mattingly needs to patch it together depending on opposing hitters and past matchups. Seen Matt Guerrier in this series a couple of times already, or at least this season a couple of times. Definitely a breaking ball pitcher. If you had a team that was weak against the breaking ball, maybe he would be the guy you would go to in the 9th inning. Blake Hawksworth has thrown the ball well for the Dodgers this year. Another possible option to close ball games. They could conceivably bring Fernando Valenzuela down out of the booth. They need a lefty.
Throw the Scroogey.
Yep.
Fouled back by Soriano. 0-2. Again, the Alfonso Soriano Family Foundation teaming up with the Cubs to create awareness and generate support for his foundation. This Sunday, Mother's Day, at Wrigley Field. For more info, go to asff.org. His mother, Andrea, passed away earlier this year. So Alfonso will honor her on Mother's Day and support Mirkea's Daycare, a school for children in need in the Dominican Republic. And the Cubs, Illinois Governor Pat Quinn, and Consul General of the Dominican Republic, Giselle Castillo Veremas, will honor players from the Dominican Republic on May 10th. That's next week at Wrigley Field in a pregame ceremony prior to the Tuesday game against the Cardinals. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Friday, it's the premiere of Inside Look with Dennis Savard. The Blackhawks great describes a hockey career that has spanned 4 decades, plus facing harsh realities and creating great opportunities. All that and more on Inside Look with Dennis Savard. Friday night at 7:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Miles an hour on the breaking ball to Carlos Pena.
I mentioned it the first time we saw Padilla this year. It's reminiscent of Livan Hernandez, who's been known to flip one up there in the 50s every now and again. Just try to roll it over the heart of the plate and get ahead in the count.
Comes back at 95. 38-mile-an-hour difference, if my math is right. Those first 2 pitches.
That was good. I'd have to take my shoes off to figure that out.
And on this hot day, I'd rather you not. Paid crowd today, 28,419. And a good majority of the audience has been in the bright sunshine throughout the day. Didn't mean to, and tapped it foul.
Obviously, for Carlos Pena to slug a couple homers the last 2 days, it really gave this offense a shot in the arm. But more than anything else, just for his own mental well-being. You go through that long of a stretch without hitting a home run, without really making solid contact, you start to question yourself. You start to think too much. You try to guess along with the pitcher. You wonder, am I ever going to hit another home run? But now he knows it's still there.
In the dirt to make it 2-2. If you just joined us, you notice the uniforms. That's the Cubs 1944 version. Dodgers wearing their 1940s era Brooklyn uniforms today. Swing and a miss to go to the bottom of the 9th now. It's 5-1 Cubs.
This was so easy.
That was quick.
No envelopes to lick.
No deposit slips to fill out.
A lot less paper to deal with.
I'd like that.
I just feed in my check, feed the cash right in, and
Boom. There it goes.
It reads my checks, counts my cash.
Adds it all up.
how does it do that?
It even shows me what kind of bills I deposited.
4 20s, 1 10, 2 5s.
Amazing.
Look, here's a check, right on the receipt.
Genius.
Fast, easy.
I could get used to this.
Quick and easy ATM deposits with Bank of America.
We all know what happens when you drive a new car off the lot, but dropping in value like that just doesn't seem fair. So now Hyundai is doing something about it. Introducing the Hyundai Assurance Trade-in Value Guarantee. Buy a new Hyundai and we'll tell you now what it'll be worth later when you trade it in on your next Hyundai. Not a projection, a real number you can count on. Guaranteed.
Guaranteed?
Guaranteed.
Visit myhyundaichicago.com today.
The home side is simply going now across.
Some watch simply for the love of the game.
I'm a big guy.
Others seek out the best players or the biggest matchups and wait for the unpredictable outcome. But for most fans, it's about experiencing every magic moment live as it happens, one history-making play at a time. Switch to Xfinity and get TV, phone, and internet for just $99 a month for 12 months, plus an HD DVR free for 3 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Time to take a look at our GMC player of the game with an honorable mention to Marlon Byrd for his big 3-run homer. We're going to give it to Carlos Zambrano, who was really in command on the mound today. Was economical with his pitches, and he contributed offensively as well. Flied out to the warning track in left, singled and scored ahead of that Marlon Byrd 3-run homer. Outstanding outing for Big Z today.
And it would be his 10th consecutive road win. His last 10 starts away from Wrigley Field. Reed Johnson is now playing left for Alfonso Soriano. And not only is Sean Marshall wearing the old school uniform, look at the undershirt. He's got it all working.
How about that? 3-year letterman.
Ball one. Matt Kemp.
Now, this Dodger lineup just doesn't scare you very much when really the only guy you have to constantly be concerned with is the guy that's at the plate right now. As we mentioned earlier, they have some pieces missing, and they'll be a different looking ball club when they get everybody back on the field. But this lineup that Don Mattingly ran out there today doesn't scare anybody.
So if Z gets his 10th consecutive road win, he'll be 3 away from the franchise record set in 1919 by Guy Bush. 13-game road winning streak. Swing and a miss. 2-2 on Kemp. Curveball bounced foul. A little bit off the inside edge. 3-2. Jamie Carroll is next. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
Shortstop number 14, Jamie Carroll.
So that fastball just off the plate on the pitch before made Kemp move his feet, and Sean Marshall comes back with the off-speed breaking pitch on the outer part of the plate. Gets a swinging strike 3.
Big Z today, 8 innings, 5 hits, 1 run, walked just 1, struck out 4, and an efficient 107 pitches. Offering. Slider, strike, 1-2. Been a tough start for this pitching staff, but Mark Riggins has to be very pleased with what he's seen, especially the last couple of days.
And speaking of the pitching staff, it sounds like Randy Wells and Andrew Kashner are going to go back to Arizona, throw some side sessions, some live batting practice, possibly even a simulated game. And depending on how the various stages go, eventually we'll probably make a rehab start somewhere in the minor league system. Doug Davis, who's been in Arizona getting his arm strength up, is scheduled to pitch for the D Cubs, the Daytona Cubs, on Thursday. So reinforcements on the way.
And speaking of the minor leagues, we want to congratulate Daytona Cubs manager Buddy Bailey with his 1,500th career win. That was last night. One of 6 active managers in the minors called strike 3. Back-to-back Ks for Marshall. Bailey, one of 6 active minor league managers with at least 1,500 wins.
And you really do have to tip your cap to Buddy Bailey and those who have spent that much time in the minor leagues, all the careers that they've affected with their instruction and the tutelage at that minor league level. You really have to love your job to be a minor league manager for that long, because you're sure not doing it to get rich. So congratulations to Buddy Bailey.
Well, the Cubs manager understands that 17 years in the minors as a manager, Mike Quaddy. 1,213 minor league wins. And today, Q trying to get his 38th as a big league manager. Loney with a line shot into center for a base hit. He's 2 for 4.
Catcher number 30, Deanna Navarro.
That'll change the look of this Dodger lineup if James Loney starts to heat up a little bit. It's been a slow start to the season for him, but he too is starting to show some signs of busting out of a slump.
Navarro switching and catcher now batting right-handed against the lefty. He went 1 for 3 batting left-handed against Zambrano. This guy caught Matt Garza quite a bit in Tampa Bay. Second stint with the Dodgers, made his debut with the Yankees back in 04. 2-1.
Actually got into a little squabble in the dugout one day catching Matt Garza. They worked out their differences and worked together many times after that, but in the heat of battle they had a disagreement, got up in each other's face in the dugout.
Chop to Aramis Ramirez. He charges, pounds him in, throws to first. Cubs win. On throwback day here in Los Angeles, Giovanni Soto with the game-winning RBI. In both wins in this series, Carlos Pena has homered in 2 straight.
Fans remember to tune in to
And the Cubs wrap up a 4-3 trip out west. Marlon Byrd, big 3-run homer. His first of the year. That'll be a fun plane ride back to Chicago. An off day tomorrow on the big homestand against the Reds, Cardinals, and Giants begins on Friday. That'll do it for our game coverage. Final score, once again, the Cubs 5, the Dodgers 1. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. Cardinals and Cubs Wednesday at 7 here on Comcast Sportsnet. For Bob and our entire crew, Len Casper saying so long. Post-game live is coming your way.
Hi, David Kaplan in our Comcast Sportsnet studios. Todd Hollinsworth joins me next. The Coors Light Cubs postgame live. We'll recap today's action, take some of your email questions, look ahead to the Cubs homestand, which kicks off Friday afternoon when Dusty and the Reds roll into town. It all comes your way after this short timeout.
Winning the Stanley Cup takes teamwork. Lots of it. So does fighting cancer. I'm Troy Brower, and I know what it's like when someone you love gets sick. You want to do all you can to help them get well. The American Cancer Society is a great teammate for anyone battling cancer. Their hands-on help is a real assist for patients and their families. If someone you love has cancer, call the American Cancer Society. Thanks to their team of supporters, all their help is free.
Let's see the engine.
Sure.
Show me the Carfax.
Show me the Carfax.
Horsepower, Fox power, same thing.
Before you buy a used car, get a Carfax report. It's free at thousands of reputable dealers. Just say, show me the Carfax.
Saturday, Major League Soccer rages on in Chicago as the Fire battle Vancouver at Toyota Park. Tune in as the Fire battle the Whitecaps, Saturday night at 7:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Speed training. It's how Advanced Auto Parts trains our staff to get you the right part even faster.
Not bad.
The parts you need even faster. Advanced Auto Parts. Service is our best part. Next!
Join us at the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation's Best of Illinois with the Chicago Cubs, May 19th at Wrigley Field. Guests will enjoy exclusive access and a tribute to Ron Santo. For tickets or to make a donation, visit jdrfillinois.org.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines' new Rapid Rewards, unlimited reward seats, and no blackout dates. Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. Xfinity. Cubs baseball in high definition is brought to you by Xfinity. Midas. For brakes, oil changes, and tires, trust the Midas touch. AT&T. And by Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealer today for great savings on Toyota's all-star lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles. Official partner of the Chicago Cubs. This is Coors Light Cubs postgame live.
Chop to Aramis Ramirez. He charges, pounds a mitt, throws to first. Cubs win.
Cubs hit 3 home runs off of former Northsider Ted Lilly. Carlos Zambrano picks up his 10th straight win on the road. The Cubs wind up their 7-game roadie with a record of 4-3. They beat the Dodgers 5-1. Good afternoon. Welcome in Coors Light post-game live alongside Todd Hollinsworth. I'm David Kaplan. A real good day for the Chicago Cubs. Got great starting pitching, timely hitting. First home run out of the 3 spot all season long. Marlon Byrd broke it open with a 3-run bomb.
Well, not only that, a 3-run bomb is the key. Just like you said, a big 3-run home run. I think the previous 10 homers were all solo shots. So, I mean, this is an offense that's kind of finding its way. You get some of that big-time production that you were hoping for. Again, I hate to play both sides of the fence on this one because at times I'm begging for the runners in scoring position and having good at-bats and just going for the singles, but it seems like there's been an awful lot of that going on this season, and not enough home runs. We talk about getting that first home run from the 3 spot in the lineup. Wow, you think that where we're at this point of the season, that the team would be where they're at. I mean, that just goes to show you that they have a good team here, and they're just waiting for a few guys to get hot.
All right, if you have a question for our guy Holly, log on to csnchicago.com. Click the Submit Comments and Questions tab. It is our Coors Light Submit a Question segment for Todd. We'll try to get to some before we get out of here on the program. Time now for our Sports Authority play of the game, and we go to the top of the 6th. 2 on, 1 out. Marlon Byrd goes yard.
Jumping all over a first pitch fastball. You know, this is the little point of the game. You look at that 5th and 6th inning. Ted Lilly really seemed like he had great command. He was right around the strike zone all day long. He had his off-speed pitches working. The Cubs were just searching for a way. They had some opportunities, some base running mistakes that led to missed opportunities. But you talk about that right there. He started throwing an awful lot of off-speed pitches. Carlos Pena got to see 3 straight sliders. Jumps on a home run. You look at that at bat right there, Marlon Byrd. It's jumping on a pitcher who's feeling for it a little bit. He's feeling his way through the inning. He was making some mistakes with off-speed pitches up. Gets that first pitch fastball. Ted's thinking, I got to get ahead right here, and Marlon was ready for it. He jumps on it, changes the game.
All right, let's take a look at a pitching recap today. Real good day for starting pitching from the Cubs' perspective. Carlos Zambrano, 8 innings, 5 hits, 1 run, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts, allowed just 1 earned run. It was all Z all day. I mean, he, to me, was the MVP today.
Well, he gets out of that first inning. We talked about it. This is about the only place he's been struggling of late, and he gets through that first inning real nice, gets a sinker established, and boy, did that slider just take over today. He had it moving. Great arm slot. He was repeating himself out there on the mound, inning from inning. He could, I firmly believe he could have gone back out there for the 9th and done exactly what Sean Marshall was able to do and probably complete this game, but his pitch count was up a little bit, but just a great day. Elevated his fastball. Again, had that slider working down in the zone, was on the end of a lot of bats today. You saw a lot of weak fly balls to outfielders. Just a real good day to build on, and you felt like Carlos was going to give you a solid opportunity to win today at Dodger Stadium.
Pitch count for Big Z, 107 today. Lilly started strong, but allowed 3 home runs. He'd allowed 2 all season. Coming into today's game, and the Cubs touch him for 3. Second straight day, Carlos Pena hits a home run.
Well, you talk about what happened to Ted Lilly early in the ball game. He was spotting his fastball just enough and making good pitches with his off-speed. What ends up happening is he kind of falls in love with his off-speed pitches. His changeup, his slider. It really started with Carlos Pena, and you know, he threw him 3 straight sliders, and that's the one thing. Hitters are looking for patterns. Hitters are looking for things that are going to tip them off to what's coming, and Ted Lilly kind of played right into the Cubs' hands. He got real predictable with his attack, and he wasn't mixing his fastball in enough. And the one time he got burned by Marlon Byrd, it was like, you know, okay, I'm going to finally start throwing my fastball a little bit more, and Marlon got him. So, again, he fell in love with his off-speed pitches, and you look where these off-speed pitches are. They're up in the zone. You're going to get pounded. I mean, it doesn't matter, you know, who's really up there in the box at the time. I mean, if you're going to make mistakes up in the zone with off-speed pitches, hitters can see them, can react, and can do good things offensively.
All right, now there was a ton of good things today. One that was disturbing. Bob Brenly, who was the analyst on the game, called it out. Alfonso Soriano doesn't hustle on the play and probably cost the Cubs a run.
I was hoping that we would not have to go here, but you know what? When you don't hustle, you have to go there, and that's really plain and simple what it is. It's just the inability, for whatever reason, to get out of the box. I was just telling somebody a little bit earlier, when you know that ball's down the line, you have an idea of how you hit the ball. You can't get frustrated with yourself with hitting a pop-up. You've got to understand where you hit that ball a lot of times. I mean, you look at Jeff Baker's ball down the line. He's got to know that ball's down the line, and there's a chance that bodies could be diving all over the place, and balls can ricochet and go different ways. And you know, really what Alfonso does right here is just tries to make up for a bad mistake. So, bad base running all around. I mean, these were mistakes today that you were going to hope wouldn't end up costing him this ball game. It didn't. It's not nearly as big a deal when you win a ball game, but you know what? These are mistakes that have got to stop, because, again, Alfonso Soriano, I mean, it's really inexcusable to just get out of the box hustling and getting yourself into second base.
Will that be something you think the manager will address? You know the media will ask about it.
That's a great question. But how many times do we have to ask that question?
Right.
I mean,
It's been going on for 4 years.
That's exactly right. This isn't a road we've been down this road before. I mean, he's got to understand the circumstances, especially how they're playing into how this team goes about their business on offense. The Cubs don't steal an awful lot of bases. They have to string hits together. They've been doing a good job of getting on base, but they haven't really been hitting with runners in scoring position. Well, you got to do something to help create some offense, especially with the way Ted was throwing the ball early in this ballgame. So when you see these mistakes, all you get is frustrated. When you're the manager, what can you do? He's been your hottest hitter. He's been popping the ball out of the yard. Those are all great things, but you cannot excuse the fact that when you need to hustle, you should be hustling.
All right, here is our Feldco coming home moment. For this, we go to the top of the fifth, 2 out. Nobody on for Giovanni Soto. He's getting ready to leave the building.
Another off-speed pitch. You see it right there, up, out over the plate. He jumps all over it. I mean, this is a Cubs team that was ready. I mean, it seems like they were maybe a little sleep early in the ball game, but we'll give some credit to Ted Lilly making some pitches. But you know what? When you leave pitches up, out over the plate, these hitters, Giovanni Soto's had a strong road trip. We talked about it in the pregame show today. These guys have come out. He and Alfonso Soriano have been doing a great job coming up with big hits in the Arizona series. This series here in Los Angeles, getting big hits. Again, you talk about getting big hits. They're important. If you're not going to drive in runs consistently, if you're going to consistently struggle driving guys in from second base or having good quality outs, which I don't think a lot of these guys have been doing, you're going to have to get big hits in big spots. Those 2 guys have done that on this road trip.
All right, as we head to our first break, let's check out our Cubs opinion poll. We want to know who will finish the season with a higher batting average. Darwin Barney, Starlin Castro. Log on to CSNChicago.com. Visit the Cubs team page. Cast your vote. Holly and I'll cast ours. We'll have results later. Coors Light Cubs postgame live.
Xfinity TV from Comcast gives you access to 10,000 on-demand titles and the best HD picture quality. Call 1-800-XFINITY today. Sports Authority is proud to be the official sporting goods retailer of the Chicago Cubs. Sports Authority, all things sporting good.
It's the bottom of the 9th. Full count. It all comes down to this pitch. Darryl steps up to the plate. It could be. It could be. It's gone. Darryl has done it again.
Everything baseball. Sports Authority, all things sporting good. Proud supporter of Backyard Dreams and the Chicago Cubs.
Lady, you shouldn't be here.
Oh, I'm not here. I'm just a figment of your imagination. But you are thinking about grabbing a Rocky Mountain cold Coors Light at happy hour. Maybe you can even buy me one.
You're gorgeous. What's your name?
Jim. And thanks.
Keep it up, Jimbo.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
I vow to be ready to go whenever you are. I vow to work even after the sun goes down. And I vow to take a tank of gas as far as she'll go. The GMC Sierra, with a 6-speed hydromatic transmission and active fuel management, it has the best V8 fuel economy in its class. I vow to be the best Sierra ever.
Every weeknight at 5:30, only one show covers Chicago sports the right way. Chicago Tribune Live. Join host David Kaplan in a nightly roundtable with Chicago's biggest sports stars, celebrities, and journalists as they tackle every angle of the sports world.
You got to have 4 guys out there that can shut down the opposition and be lights out on any given start in order to win in Radio Field.
Chicago Tribune Live, presented by Captain Morgan. Tonight at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Get closer to the field on game day as Comcast Sportsnet, Menards, and the Cubs team up to select 6 lucky winners to be a Menards Wrigley Field groundskeeper for a day. Winner will enjoy the full game day experience of preparing the friendly confines and will help drag the infield during the 4th inning in front of a packed house. Winner also receives 4 tickets to the game, a Menards groundskeeper uniform, and pregame photos on the field. To enter the Menards Wrigley Field groundskeeper for a day, visit any Menards location to pick up an entry postcard. You're watching Comcast Sportsnet, now part of the NBC Sports Group.
Time now for our Four Seasons heating and air conditioning. Who's hot? Who's not? Who is hot? How about Jason Bourgeois? 588. That's Hollingsworth-like. 10 hits, 4 stolen bases. Brett Wallace, 526. Lance Berkman, 478. 3 homers, 11 knocked in. How about who's not hot? That'd be Adam LaRoche, 048. Lyle Overbay, 130. 2 of those guys the Cubs looked at for first base and wisely didn't go there. Jason Bay, 143. Welcome back to Coors Light Cubs post-game live alongside Todd Hollingsworth. I'm David Kaplan. Time for our Dunkin' Donuts high-energy play today. And for that, Carlos Pena has shown some high energy in the last 2 ball games. Today in the 6th inning, he hit his 2nd home run in as many games.
Well, we talked about it a little bit earlier, getting 3 sliders in a row, jumps all over another one. But I'm telling you, it's so appropriate. I mean, you want to talk about energy. I felt it watching it. I mean, if you get this guy going and you get some long balls and you get some production out of him in a positive manner, I mean, this offense can start going places. I really, really believe that. I mean, the thump just hasn't been there yet. You get the thump today, it looks good, but it's got to kind of find a way to be a little more consistent, and I think that they're going to score a few more runs that way.
There you go. You look at Pena, 1 for 4. The homer, scored the run, the RBI all aboard on the homer. Starlin Castro hit Darwin Barney a couple of hits, so he was the hit leader in the parade today for the Cubs.
Well, I mean, you talk about the 3 big hits. I think that really decided the ball game. But again, guys contributing top to bottom. Better at bats. Giovanni Soto's had a great approach of late. You see him going the other way, using the big part of the field, having good at bats, taking his walks. I mean, you're watching guys become more productive. Again, I don't want to say as the weather warms up, hopefully we'll get some warm weather when they come back here and they can carry this over, because they're going to have it. And I think really you wrap this all up in a big pretty bow and you say, well, what's the one thing missing? Well, let's talk about the starting pitching for a second, which showed up the last 2 nights. You know, they've gone out there and just dominated the Dodgers, given the offense a time and a chance to settle in. They've done that. If you get that starting rotation doing what they were predicted to do at the beginning of this year, again, this is a team that might give you some September games that mean something.
All right, let's take a look at the numbers from the Dodgers lineup today. Tony Gwynn pressed into duty late, 1 for 3. Couple hits for Aaron Miles, 2 hits for James Loney. But look at the bulk of that lineup. Gibbons didn't have a hit. Kemp not a hit. Uribe not a hit. Nothing for Mitchell, and obviously the pitcher spot.
Carlos Zambrano dominated this lineup. I counted 4 hard hit balls in this ball game, and that's really what it was. Really all it was. Tony Gwynn, right place, right time, doubles the lead off, and then he comes around to score on a sac fly that honestly wasn't hit that hard. Alfonso Soriano had a little bit of a throw up the line, but Big Z was on today. I mean, again, was able to mix in his slider. I was so excited to see that because I talk about it a lot. I mean, you know, Z, when he's locked in, he's able to use his pitches. He can add and subtract, and he's got a great arm slide. It's so imperative for him to hit those corners.
All right, lots more to do. We'll look back on the rest of this game and the 9-game homestand, which begins Friday afternoon. Stick around. Coors Light Postgame Live rolls on CSN.
You want to get a great-looking lawn like this, but trying to grow grass from seed in tough areas like deep shade, along the driveway, and where the kids play can be a little intimidating. Until now, with Scott's Easy Seed. It's Scott's best grass seed, starter fertilizer, and a growing material that absorbs water and expands to surround and protect the seeds. You'll get a thick, green Scott's lawn even if you've never been successful with other seed before. The revolutionary Scott's Easy Seed. Grow grass anywhere.
The home side is something going on across.
Some watch simply for the love of the game.
I'm a big guy.
Others seek out the best players or the biggest matchups and wait for the unpredictable outcome. But for most fans, it's about experiencing every magic moment live. As it happens, one history-making play at a time. Switch to Xfinity and get TV, phone, and internet for just $99 a month for 12 months, plus an HD DVR free for 3 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Welcome to Giordano's famous stuffed pizza. It's not just pizza, it's much more. Spaghetti, lasagna, chicken parmesan, fettuccine alfredo, Italian beef, antipasto salad, appetizers, desserts, and so much more. Let Giordano's cater your office, your special occasion with great care and fresh ingredients.
What happened to tequila? These days, it's all velvet ropes and posturing. I don't know about you, but when I drink it, I really like to kick back and be myself. Oops. 1800 tequila. Change the game.
Save big money on your projects during the Menard Day sale. Relax with a new Lion shower or tub. This elite shower system has 2 built-in shelves and a footrest, $348. This tub and shower combination system is only $399. Add security with a Schlag lock set. They're all on sale. This Georgian entry knob comes in antique brass finish for $19.99. This Murano entry lever comes in satin nickel finish for $39.99.
Save big money at Menards.
Cubs Postgame Live is brought to you in part by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs.
All right, our Cubs opinion poll. Here was the question. Holly voted Barney. I voted Castro. Most of you agreed with me. Who will finish the season with a higher batting average? Starlin wins it in a runaway. We'll find out end of September. Thank you for letting us know your thoughts. You say Darwin Barney will have the higher batting average.
Well, I like Darwin Barney a lot. I like his approach to the plate. This is not taking anything away from Starlin, but Starlin takes the star. And what I mean by that is that a lot of the light that comes down on this tandem here in the middle of the field that's catching the world by storm right now falls on Starlin. And I think that kind of casts Darwin into a bit of a shadow. Offensively speaking, that puts him in a very, very good place. I mean, he does not have to worry about, maybe dealing with all the hype, all the media that comes with being a, potentially an all-star shortstop for the Chicago Cubs. I just think Darwin's in a really great spot to just go about his business each and every day, enjoy the opportunity that he's been given. He's running with it right now, and he hasn't really shown any kind of signs of kind of streaking right now. And Starlin, he's in a bit of a slump. So, and everybody knows about it. I mean, he's become that big of a threat. So, as Starlin grows, no doubt, I think his ceiling is much higher. But we're talking about batting average right here, and I think Darwin's got a good shot at doing what he does for an awful long time, kind of like under the radar.
All right, time for our Coors Light Submit a Question segment. Terrence Alexander of Chicago asks, how many games before Fuki has a shot at the 3-hole? Castro and or Barney get on. Fukudome, who bunts, moves him over. Rami lifts it out of the infield to score. Your thoughts?
Let's see, how many games before Fukudome has a shot at the 3-hole? I'm going to go out there and probably say 0. He's got no shot at probably hitting in the 3-hole. I think he's too inconsistent right now. I mean,
he's got no power.
Well, no power as well, but I mean, the consistency's got to be there. I know that they're searching right now, but they're basically searching with who's hot right now. Your hottest hitter is, at times, if you've got able to put Fukudome up there, you move Starlin down. I get it. It makes all the sense in the world, but again, Fukudome, he doesn't play today because, well, not only is there a lefty out there, but he's struggling, and it just seems like he at times goes through these big swoons. That's not what your number 3 hitter does. That's your most consistent hitter. He's got to be the guy that you can count on to get at least 2 or 3 good at-bats each and every day. It's not always promising results, but you got to have good at-bats out of that spot. Marlin actually gives you that. Again, the power hasn't been there for Marlin, but he typically will give you a good at-bat in the 3-hole.
All right, let's check out the pitching matchup for Friday's Game 1 of the Reds series. Matt Garza for the Cubs, posed by one of the Reds' best, Edinson Volquez. Garza got his first win of the year Saturday night in Arizona, and now he gets a chance to get his first Cubs win at Wrigley.
Here we go. You know I love this. I was just telling you off air. I think it's going to be a spicy, spicy year, and I think that with these teams, the Brewers, the Reds, the Cardinals, I mean, you got the Cubbies. I mean, I think these teams are so closely knit together, grouped together right now. They're both struggling, I suppose, in some way, shape, or form, but I just think there's going to be some great baseball in the National League Central this year, and it's going to really start kicking off right now with this Reds matchup. Matt Garza, he's been lights out his last 3 starts. Fantastic. Would expect more of the same. I think the adrenaline, I think the juices are going to be up come Friday. It's going to be an awful fun series.
Spicy, so could we see some inflamed tempers?
I believe it. I mean, you kind of look at the last couple of years, it's been a little down with some underperforming teams, but I think this is going to be a good year for that.
All right, I'll see you soon. Thank you for watching Coors Light Cubs Postgame Live. Todd and I'll be back here Saturday for Game 2 between the Cubs and Reds. Pregame for that show comes your way at 11:30. First pitch at 12:05. Thank you so much for watching.
Cubs Postgame Live is presented to you by Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
necessary to brew Coors Light down as low as 34 degrees? Does it really matter if every beer is filtered cold, aged cold, and packaged cold? Do the mountains really need to turn blue when your beer's as cold as the Rockies? Is Rocky Mountain cold refreshment really that important? You be the judge. Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
The home side is something going now across.
Some watch simply for the love of the game.
Now the big guy.
Others seek out the best players or the biggest matchups and wait for the unpredictable outcome. But for most fans, it's about experiencing every magic moment live as it happens, one history-making play at a time. Switch to Xfinity and get TV, phone, and internet for just $99 a month for 12 months, plus an HD DVR free for 3 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Get live scoring every Cubs game with CSNChicago.com. Log on at game time and click the in-game live icon for up to the second stats, schedules, and tweets. Cubs in-game live, presented by Honda. Visit your Honda dealer today.
Start your day with us here on Golf Channel and Morning Drive. You'll be in great company.
Good morning, Mr. Palmer.
Good morning. Nice talking to you. I've been watching you this morning.
A lot of people are enjoying your show. Congratulations.
It is really an honor and a privilege for us to talk to Jack Nicklaus.
Good morning, guys.
Morning Drive, weekdays at 7 a.m. Eastern on Golf Channel.
Make the best choice. Visit one of the Iowa's best choice Buick GMC dealers today.
Hi, my name is John Lohman. I'm the publisher and founder of the Weekly Corridor Business Journal. My wife and I launched the CBJ in 2004 with a very simple goal of providing the best local business news in the Cedar Rapids and Iowa City regions. Our dedicated staff works hard every day to deliver on that goal. If you want to keep up with what's going on in the business community throughout the Cedar Rapids and Iowa City area, I invite you to subscribe to the Weekly Corridor Business Journal by visiting us online at corridorbiznews.com or by calling us at 887-CBJ1.
To this edition of Net Impact Chicago, I'm Gail Fisher. There's plenty to cover over this next half hour. We'll sit down with a sports writer who was with the Blackhawks in Detroit when they lifted the Stanley Cup back in 1961. Moose Skowron played alongside some of the greatest names in baseball, and he has some great stories to tell. And we'll profile one of the pioneers in breaking baseball's color barrier. But we begin our show with a little basketball. Free Throws for Heroes is a charitable organization that unites high school basketball teams with shooting events to raise money for a specific cause. For Westminster Christian School in Elgin, their cause was for a special person, a World War II veteran who fought for our country and for many generations to come. Chuck Garfine has the story.
Norval Nelson was an American hero.
I never told anybody about the war, about the invasion part.
A Navy specialist in World War II, Norval was one of the first men to arrive at Omaha Beach in Normandy on June 6, 1944. D-Day.
Well, first we had 2 days of blowing the obstacles to get the beach all cleared. Then we had to go and find minefields and with bayonet and find the mines. A couple of guys got blowed up. You see them 1 second, and they're gone the second.
Of the 200 sailors Norval went to battle with on that fateful day, only 17 survived.
How many of these guys came back?
Us two.
Just you two?
Yeah. It was a miracle that in Normandy that I got home. Of course, I got wounded 5 times. It was all shrapnel. I got 4 times the leg and once on the back of my neck. I didn't get nothing the 5th day. That was a good day. But I got something to eat. I didn't have nothing to eat or drink for 4 days.
Thousands of men perished, and if it wasn't for Norval, 2 of the most prominent men in the U.S. military could have been lost as well.
I see 3 guys walking up. I'm finding a landmine. So I walked down there. Patton, Eisenhower. So I said, stop. He said, "Why, you're walking right into a minefield." I didn't salute them or nothing. No, and they took off.
So you saved Patton and Eisenhower's lives.
I suppose they would have stopped. Oh, yeah. If we weren't there, they probably would have got blown up.
Now, 66 years after the war, one of Norval's great wishes in life is to visit the Navy SEAL Museum in Fort Pierce, Florida, the town where his Navy SEAL training began. But unable to afford the trip himself, basketball players here at Westminster Christian School in Elgin raised all the money to help fulfill his dream.
On January 20th, our players went out. They secured pledges for 50 free throws. For every one they made, they got so much money.
And together, the boys and girls teams combined to raise over $4,000.
It means a lot to me because, well, my sister's in the Marines, so that is the first thing that encouraged me to raise that much money for the people in need for it, and it means that much more that I could make his dreams come true too.
The charity stripe really is trying to metaphor for life in general. It's basically having kids step up to the line and take the shot that matters most. So Free Throws for Heroes in our mind was a way to give the kids an opportunity to kind of take the shot that really means a lot to these World War II veterans and all veterans.
I sure appreciate what they're doing for me. It's really so wonderful.
And when Norval visits the museum in April, he'll be joined by his good friend Mike Natale, a fellow World War II veteran. The two share a very special kinship.
Out of this world. I get so shook up. Very close. We cry together. We have fun. And we tease each other.
Yeah.
I mean, we're like brothers. I know more about him than his family. And he knows more about me than my family.
Is it because you guys shared something?
We shared one thing in common, World War II.
So many good things have happened to me. I've really been lucky and happy, you know. I'd do it over again.
For more information on how to get involved with Free Throws for Heroes, visit www.thecharitystripe.org. Lacey J. Banks has been a constant presence on the Chicago sports scene for decades as a writer for the Chicago Sun-Times. He's covered the highs and lows of athletes for some 38 years. But in the spring of 2008, he was assigned to cover his toughest story ever. Lacey was diagnosed with a brain tumor, prostate cancer, and congestive heart failure. And it seemed that his odds of survival were a long shot. It is now 3 years since that diagnosis, and the 67-year-old is still working hard and living life to the fullest. In recent months, some very encouraging news has come Lacey's way, but he remains patient, waiting for one very special gift.
If I get the call, I got to be on the operating table in Rochester, Minnesota in 4 hours. It took about 2 years before my prostate cancer was in sufficient remission for the Mayo Clinic to put me on their heart transplant list. And that was November 15 last year. And so I rose through the ranks there. I was one time down to 7A, and then I rose up to 1A, and they tell me nobody's ahead of me in terms of B-positive blood types. And there's not a lot of B-positive blood types around. They can take organs from a dead donor and use them to save the lives of severely, critically ill patients. So I look at that and I feel a sense of just extreme humility, unworthiness, and guilt. I started blogging in the Chicago Sun-Times, and I liken this whole adventure to a healing journey, like a train trip, a train tour trip, and I was inviting all people who read my blog to get on board and enjoy the journey with me. I realized I still have a very sick heart, and The pump is doing its best to assist. That's why they call it left ventricular assist device, LVAD. And my particular model is what they call a Heart 2. It's keeping me alive. This may be my last sermon before I get my new heart.
That's trusting.
Or maybe my last sermon, period. I know God doesn't want me to say that. I am determined to live. I know I'm going to die someday. I know I'm going to die someday. But not from this. Not from this.
Baseball is up next on this edition of Net Impact Chicago.
I met all them guys, but we'd never ask for autographs. Today it's a big thing. I could kick myself in the fanny when I think of the people that I met.
We'll take a trip down memory lane with baseball legend Moose Skowron. And he was one of the first players to break baseball's color barrier. We'll look back at the life of Larry Doby.
Becoming winners and winning 62 games, it just became a habit from day one in training camp, and we all bought into it. That's really how you become a winner, and he is very demanding.
He's a top priority for us, and he's earned the right to be a #1 goalie. Our team loves playing in front of him. Great attitude. He loves to be in Chicago.
That was where I thought I'd be the best fit for it. I'm excited that they like me. They like me enough to try to trade up for me. It's just an unbelievable experience that I'm proud to be a part of.
Wednesday at CTL, Bulls look to get even with the Hawks. We'll have the latest from the United Center, including updates on Derrick Rose's ankle. The White Sox wrap up their Central Showdown with the Twins, and the Cubs leave L.A. all Wednesday at 5:30.
May 12th, it's the 3rd annual Good Sports Legends of the Ball Chicago fundraiser. Join CSN personalities and local celebrities for a great cause at Nacional 27. Good Sports, a nonprofit helping ensure youth the opportunity and equipment to play sports. Visit goodsports.org for more info. This summer, Chicago baseball lives on one channel. Comcast Sportsnet. More Cubs and Sox games than any other network. Exclusive interviews.
My expectation is always win the division.
Legendary voices.
You can put it on the board. Yes! Cubs win!
And round-the-clock coverage of the teams you live for. All summer long, Chicago baseball lives on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Welcome back to Net Impact Chicago. I'm Gail Fisher. There are very few people who are actual living legends, but Moose Skowron is one of them. The Chicago native and former baseball great had a memorable career with the Yankees and White Sox. It's a life loaded with Forrest Gump fortune, both on and off the field. Chuck Garfien has his story.
I've been lucky all my life. I'd rather be lucky than good. I was at the right spot at the right time.
Moose Skowron is a walking, talking, living, breathing baseball museum.
The 3 M's, Maris, Mantle, and Moose. We had 143 home runs, which is still a record today for a threesome. So I'm proud of that picture.
A baseball legend whose rearview mirror goes way, way back.
Then I meet all the old-timers, Ty Cobb, Hannes Wagner, Cy Young. I met all them guys. And then, yes, I met all them guys, but we'd never ask for autographs. Today it's a big thing. I could kick myself in the fanny when I think of the people that I met.
There it goes. Skowron smashes the ball deep into the left center bleachers for 3 runs and a 6-2 lead for the Yankees.
It's a life straight out of Hollywood, and often mingled with it, like the time Moose went to dinner with Joe DiMaggio and Joe's wife, Marilyn Monroe.
I shaved 4 times that day.
He was on the Ed Sullivan Show.
They put me in the stands, so when you waved, you got $500. So that's all I did. They introduced me and I waved.
And TV's other Ed, Mr. Ed.
To hit the ball, the horse ran around all the bases and touched home plate, and I said, Leo, you got a telephone call. Leo DeRosa was in a dugout, and that was it. That's all I said.
But in terms of baseball, few could match what he did. Over a 9-year period from 1955 to 1963, Moose played in 8 World Series, winning 5 of them.
I can't complain. I had a great career, but I didn't make the money. I mean, today, A-Rod from the Yankees, he's making $27 million. I made $500,000 in 17 years, and he gets it in 2 times a bat. But these kids today, God bless them.
The bonds between him and his Yankee teammates were immeasurable, and he had a close kinship with Mickey Mantle, who carried baseball as well as a heavy burden.
He'd maybe strike out 3 or 4 times in the game, And he'd cry by my locker. I said, Mickey, tomorrow's another day. He said, Moose, I let 50,000 people down. That's the way he was. He was a great competitor. I asked Mickey for an autograph. He says, to Moose, my best wishes. We came up at the same time, and it was one of the best things in my life. Thanks a lot, Mickey Mantle. I never forgot him.
And Moose certainly has not forgotten how close he came to winning a pennant with the White Sox when they acquired him in 1964.
I was a Chicago-born guy from the Northwest side. I get a chance to play for my home team. We beat the Yankees 4 in a row at home, and a kid by the name of Phil Lenz got on a bus and played a harmonica. And him and Yogi Berra, Yogi was the manager at that time, they got into a fight. And that motivated the Yankees. The Yankees won 11 in a row. We won 9 in a row, lost the pennant by 1 game. I'd have been in 3 consecutive World Series with 3 different teams.
What is this, your 65th year?
I don't know.
Nowadays, Moose serves as an ambassador for the White Sox, cherished for his wit.
We need a second baseman.
Charm.
We got to get a second baseman.
Fame.
I'm worried about our second baseman.
And for always telling it like it is.
That's the guy that wants to play second base. He can't even catch the ball.
Have you always been so open and honest?
What have I got to hide? I'm 80 years old. Where am I going, Chuck? I tell the truth. I've got some good stories. What can I say? God's been good to me. You know, I just hope when I go fast. I already told my wife, pull the plug. I'll sign the papers, anything. Because I had a wonderful life.
Thanks, Chuck. While Jackie Robinson became one of the most important sports figures in American history for breaking baseball's color barrier, the man who followed him also deserves recognition for his lifetime of contributions to the game. Our David Kaplan takes a look back at the life of Larry Doby.
To the day my father died, he always referred in public to Jackie as Mr. Robinson, because he knew that without Jackie getting his opportunity, he might not have gotten his.
Lawrence Eugene Doby, one of the unsung pioneers of his game and nation. When Jackie Robinson crushed baseball's color barrier, it opened the door for Larry Doby, who made his major league debut on July 5th, 1947.
He was always the second guy. I mean, luckily, he was the first guy in the American League, and the city of Cleveland, Ohio always treated him well, and, you know, has very fond memories of that place. But, you know, just like the second man on the moon is Buzz Aldrin. A lot of people don't know that. He happens to be from Montclair, where my father was from, too. He bore the same burdens that Mr. Robinson bore. He might have bore them in a less recognized situation, or maybe not as fiery as Jackie and stuff, but, you know, because of those two men, the American game became American when they got the chance to play.
He hit long home runs. I mean, he was a great center fielder, and we spent a lot of time, I spent a lot of time listening to them because I wanted to learn, you know, the things that they knew.
The owner, who was unafraid to take a chance on Doby, was a master showman from Chicago named Bill Veeck.
And he very early on said to my father that we're in this together, and that gave my father, you know, a sense of that, you know, he wasn't alone. There was somebody right there in his corner, knowing that if my father failed, he would fail the experiment too. So, you know, he tried to, you know, be a shoulder for him when he could.
This was a man that Bill Veeck felt comfortable with and knew, and that was Bill Veeck's method of operation throughout his career. He was truly colorblind.
As a 7-time All-Star in the majors, most of his career was spent with the Indians. Then there were 2 tours of duty with the White Sox. In 1948, he became the first African-American to hit a World Series home run.
He hit a home run to win a game against Johnny Sane. And after the game, they took a picture of him and the winning pitcher, Steve Bromek. And it was a picture where they had big smiles, and they embraced and they hugged. And according to, you know, the powers that be back then, that was the first time that a picture of a black athlete and a white athlete ever went around, you know, country to country, end to end. And he was very proud of that. That picture was in our house, and he always said that he liked that because it was just, there was no color involved. It was 2 people with a common goal, and we're happy to have achieved it, and it was just a genuine joy when they did.
In later times, history would repeat itself. Frank Robinson became the first African-American major league manager in 1975. 3 years later, it was Doby's turn, rejoining the Sox as interim manager.
They had a terrible start. I used to call them every week. They had about a 10-game losing streak. I called, well, hey, Hurdy, how you doing, Larry? Yeah, I'm doing all right. I said, everything will be all right. Just hold on. Just hold on and keep going.
Mr. Robinson died in 1972, a very young man. And my father, you know, lived to 2003. So, unfortunately, when Jackie was gone, a lot of the focus was on my father because he was the living person who could relate those experiences to people who wanted to know what it was like. So, yes, he did, I feel, get his due. It just came later on in life. So, I think he'd be pretty happy with it.
Thanks, Cap. There's still plenty more to come on this edition of Net Impact Chicago.
It was a very subdued celebration. Nothing like what they had last year. No way.
We'll sit down with someone who had a front row seat for the Hawks' 1961 Stanley Cup championship.
Go inside the lives of Chicago's biggest sports stars. Only on Inside Look on Comcast Sportsnet. Your questions answered.
It was hard to do. You know, it was hard to hold back tears.
Idols revisited.
I was a driven person. I wanted to be something special in this game.
And the stories behind the headlines revealed.
We're still talking about the bow tie.
Learning from the experiences is something that you grow from as a person.
Catch a new interview every month with Inside Look on Comcast Sportsnet. Visit csnchicago.com for listings.
When you run your own show, you wear a lot of hats. Host, star, friend, therapist, and dean of discipline. Can't curse on the air. This kid's listening. The more I thought about those methods of punishment, I said, Dan, what's more politically correct? Dodgeball.
He said that he could achieve it.
Why can't I be the MVP of the league? Why can't I be the best player in the league?
And the world began to believe.
That was an elevator all the way to the top floor.
Writing his own destiny.
Too big, too strong, too fast, and just too good.
Derrick Rose is MVP.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan. It's Wednesday, May the 4th, 2011, and you've locked on to Chicago Tribune Live. It's take two for the Bulls.
You got to be a 48-minute team.
So is Game 2 a must-win for the MVP and company? We'll have the latest from the United Center.
Line drive, no-hitter.
The White Sox hit rock bottom, but Ozzy's not worried.
I haven't touched a beer yet.
But who's to blame for the Southsiders' start? Plus, one old-school hockey legend wants more fights while the NHL fights the Green Men in Vancouver. And we'll preview the Kentucky Derby. It's all ahead on Chicago Tribune Live, and it starts right now. Let's get the party started with the headlines making news right now. It'll be all hands on deck tonight for Game 2 between the Bulls and the Hawks. D. Rose participated in the morning shoot-around. He will be starting along with Carlos Boozer, who took part in shoot-around as well. Good news, the White Sox got a hit today. Bad news, they lost for the 17th time in their last 21 games. They were swept in a two-game series by the Twins 3-2. As for the Cubs, they got 3 home runs, including a 3-run shot by Marlon Byrd. Carlos Zambrano allowed 1 run over 8. Cubs win 5-1 in L.A. And the Blackhawks announced defenseman Chris Campoli underwent surgery today on his right knee to repair a torn meniscus. Team doctors expect a full recovery in 2 months. And with that, we welcome you to today's edition of Chicago Tribune Live, presented by our friends at Captain Morgan. I'm David Kaplan. Let's meet our panelists on today's show. Longtime star at CBS and doing a great job over at Arlington Park. Our friend Howard Sudbury is in here. We also have Bob Fultman. We'll be sparring on some hockey talk a little later. And former Northwestern star Tim Doyle is in the house. All right, we start with the Bulls, who are looking to rebound from a disappointing Game 1 loss. Bulls started out cold. It cost them in the end. Tonight, they look to play a complete game to get back in the series.
You got to be a 48-minute team. This is the playoffs. The intensity is going to be great. You got to be ready to fight right from the start. You got to get to the loose balls. You know, you got to limit them to one shot. You got to be up on their shots.
But we had to take care of business as far as defensive-wise. We didn't play well defense, and we didn't rebound the ball late. And we had a lot of mistakes, but the last couple of days off we had, we got a chance to look at film, and it was good for us.
Tom, without giving away too much of the game plan tonight, can we expect a little bit more defensive pressure, especially on their point guard tonight?
Well, some would be good.
Tom Thibodeau having a little fun with the media. Okay, the Bulls go into this game. I'll start with you. They looked awful defensively the other night, which that is what really shocked me, because that's their hallmark.
They did, and you expect a team when they get into the playoffs, as well as they played in the regular season, you know, you got to raise your game up to the next level, and I don't know what's happened to him. Derrick Rose, do you think he'll shoot a free throw tonight?
How about that?
That's another key to the game.
Ankle must be more of a problem because he's not getting himself into the lane to create foul situations.
No, absolutely right. And you talk about the layoff, I think that added to the Bulls being so flat. And offensively, I thought they were okay. Yeah, they missed some shots, but I thought they got some good looks. It was defensively where the Hawks, who are really like an N1 mixtape tour team, they guys just go one-on-one. The Bulls had a tough time keeping them in front of them.
And it's a tough matchup for the Bulls, too, because the Hawks have so many athletic guys, and the Bulls seem to struggle with athletic teams. But, you know, the thing that I found surprising was the lack of energy. I mean, how can you come out in your game one of the, you know, Eastern Conference semifinals when you're the number one seed at home and have this, you know, what's been a continuous problem in the playoffs is just not really coming out and being energized to play, and that's really surprising to me. I don't know the reason for that.
The number of free throws Derrick Rose has attempted, if you go back to the start of the Indiana series, he had in the 20s, 15, 17. I mean, really getting himself to the rack and dealing with contact the last 3 games, and the last game, 0. I mean, it's got to be the ankle, don't you think?
I think you see a lot of this, a lot of jump shots. And when you think of Derrick Rose, what do you think? Explosiveness, going to the rim. And I thought in the second half, Cap, I thought you saw more of that. One, he got to the rim with the left hand. Josh Smith made a great defensive play, blocked the shot. It almost like in the second half, a buzzer went off or something went off in his head saying, hey, it's okay to drive. I think he settled a little bit too much in that first half.
If you're Atlanta or really any team at this point, don't you just have to make him beat you with the jump shot? I mean, you have to put 3 guys in the lane and say, if you're going to beat us, it's going to be with the jump shot. You're not getting in the lane. You're not going to distribute from the lane. You're not going to get to the line. And if you can, you know, consistently knock down 18 to 20 footers, fine, you win the game, and we'll live with that.
You know, Cap, getting back to the defense, though, do you really think that Atlanta's going to shoot like they did again? I mean, they shot out of their heads. You know how Jamal Crawford likes to fire up those bad shots. They're not going to shoot the same way tonight, I don't think.
Defensively, I think they have to double Joe Johnson. Get the ball out of his hands. Yes, he's an excellent passer, almost 5 assists a game, but we saw what he was able to do when he was able to get that space. 5 of 5 from 3, 34 points. This is a guy who came into this series. Cap, this is his worst year in an Atlanta uniform, and he just absolutely went off in game 1.
He played like a guy who deserved a max contract, and he was probably, of all the free agents, did not deserve a max contract. Got it anyway. He played like it in game 1.
All right, of all of us in here, you're the only one that played Big Ten basketball and really played at a very high level. Is it more difficult to play a physical team like Indiana who's going to bang you around, dive the ball inside, then kick it out, or to play a freelance team where you go, I have no idea where everybody's supposed to be?
Yeah, you want to know something? It depends on the personnel. And I think the Bulls got in some bad matchups where you saw Kyle Korver and Jamal Crawford left on an island. We saw Luol Deng, who had a great offensive game. But if you really break down the tape, he lost Joe Johnson a few times. One stood out to me in the corner there in the first half. But this is going to be a defensive game. I think what the Bulls need to do is slow the game down. Now, the old adage is it's always easier to slow down the game to speed it up because the Hawks want to go up and down. The Bulls want to keep this game in the 80s.
And Atlanta may be the most erratic team in the NBA and the worst good team in the NBA. I mean, they've lost more games this year by double digits than I think of any playoff team in the league. They could come out tonight and the Bulls could win by 30 and I would not be surprised. Or they can come out tonight and shoot lights out again. You just don't know with this team because they're just so erratic.
Does it worry you guys that Atlanta's starting to gain confidence, though? You know, they fell on their faces at the end of the regular season. Then they knock off Orlando, and then they have the big game the other night.
Are you saying the Bulls could lose this series?
No.
They're still heavily favored in Vegas, almost 3-1 favorite still, even though they're down 1-0. I feel like there's absolutely zero chance they could lose this series unless Derrick Rose somehow gets hurt.
I don't think they're going to lose the series. I don't think there's any chance. I don't think they're going to lose tonight. I just ask you if Atlanta's gaining confidence and if that concerns you at all.
They should. I mean, you know, they beat an Orlando team that I thought they'd lose that 7-game series in 3 games. I mean, I've watched a lot of Atlanta Hawks the last couple of years, and this is a team that, if given the opportunity to quit, they will gladly take it. So I thought that they would just get blown out in that Orlando series, so I was stunned that they're even at this point. And again, you know, you start hitting shots, you start thinking that, you know, everything you throw up is going to fall. That's a dangerous team. You know, look, if Atlanta wins tonight, the Bulls are in trouble. You know, maybe they still come back and win the series, but the Bulls are in trouble if they lose tonight.
Oh, man. I agree. They got to take the ball out of Joe Johnson and Jamal Crawford's hands. Make guys like Marvin Williams beat you. Make guys like Jeff Teague beat you. And how about this? Kyle Korver in Game 1, Cap, plus 17. Now, I know that's an old hockey stat, but when I go down to the park and I pick up my teams, I usually pick guys that win. And he was plus 17 in Game 1. I think you need him on the floor, Bob, for the reason that you said. If they're going to pack it in against Derrick Rose, you're going to need those reliable shooters. And you go to the other hand, Ronnie Brewer, minus 15 in Game 1. So maybe you see Korver.
Got to get pressure on the point guard position. You allow Atlanta unfettered access to the paint, and they just ran their sets or ran whatever they wanted to run.
I just thought they were flat. You hate to make excuses, but they came out in that first quarter, they were flat, and when they made that run, made that push in the third quarter, it almost seemed like they took the pedal off the gas.
You know, the thing that concerned me, though, at one point in the third quarter, they had a 56-50 lead.
Sure.
I mean, it looked like they had gotten a grip on the game. But then they come out to start the fourth quarter.
Flat again.
Flat again. And then, you know, and that's what really concerned me. Not so much the 9-0 start, was that fourth quarter where it looked like they had things under control at home. And then you let a team that, again, if given the opportunity to quit, they will. And they come out and take the game away from you.
Is this a must-win game?
Oh, of course it is. There's no question. You can't lose both games in your home court and then go down there and expect to win the series. Not that it couldn't happen. But as I said, I don't think it's going to be a problem. I just can't conceive, although nothing surprises me in sports anymore, but I can't see them losing this game.
All right, let's go out to the United Center. Chuck Swirsky, the voice of the Chicago Bulls on the radio, joins us now. Swirsky, I know everyone was surprised that the Bulls struggled from the start the other night. Do you see a sense of urgency where they are going to take the court tonight with much more of a fervor pace, trying to really lock things down from the get-go?
Well, you know what, Cap, they've got to from the opening get-go, from the tip. I mean, they got to play 48 minutes, especially on the defensive end, and I think that's one key for this ball game tonight, because you cannot give Atlanta, who plays, I mean, when you look at the Hawks offense, and Bill and I were talking about this during the course of a game, I don't know how many set plays they run, Cap. I mean, they run delayed isolation plays with Johnson. They run delayed isolations when Crawford's on the floor. So I think if you put the clamps on this team defensively on Atlanta, I think the Bulls can win this game, but they can't afford these 5-6 minute stretches where the Hawks go on a 10-2 run, 14-4 run. If they can accomplish that, the Bulls are going to win.
Hey, Swirsky, it's Howard Sudbury. How can you explain the Bulls? We were just talking about them coming out flat a couple times during the game. How can they be flat?
Well, I mean, you know, I don't know. I mean, you want a good answer? I don't know. I mean, and I think that's the situation right now for the Bulls. You can't come out flat, especially at home. I mean, you're going to have droughts where you don't play well. I get that. But you cannot allow a team to jump on you early in the first quarter and come out on a 9-0 run. You miss your first 9 shots, especially in this ball game tonight. And I do agree with you. The Bulls can't go down 2-0 in this series.
Chuck, this is Tim Doyle. Chuck, have you ever taken a table under David Kaplan's name and then just showed up? You guys look like you guys could be twins, for crying out loud. You and Chuck. You look like you could be his body double for look at that side-by-side image.
Cap's much better looking than me, trust me.
Easy now. On a serious note, you know, you look at all the playoff games that the Bulls have played. You know, what game have they really stood out in besides that closing game in the Pacers? You know, it just seems like they're missing something so far in May and June.
Well, yeah, I mean, the last game of the Indiana series by far was their best game. But I keep coming back to this. I mean, did you win or did you lose? And at the end of the day, that's all that matters. I mean, I know everyone wants a 10-point win or a blowout. Sometimes in the NBA, it doesn't work like that, as you know, Tim. And so, you know what? Even if they win tonight by 1 or 3 or whatever the case may be, get this series, even it up, go to Atlanta, take care of business. Because in the NBA, it's about results, as it is in pro sports. And so, to me, as long as if you give an effort, especially on the defensive end, and you get a win tonight, to me, that's all that matters.
Chuck, it's Bob Fullman from the Tribune talking about the starts, and I would think tonight the first quarter is really going to be the key because Atlanta's got their win, and I can really see them where if they're down 8 or 10 at the end of the first quarter or early in the second, they can just be satisfied with that one win and pack it up and head back to Atlanta. But if they're tied or maybe have a slight lead going into the half, then all of a sudden this is a completely different mindset for them. Is that how you can see it too?
Absolutely, and that's a great point because here, you know what, I know we're getting locked in a lot on Joe Johnson and Crawford, and for obvious reasons. Let me tell you something about Josh Smith. He has never missed a shot he didn't like, and he is an X factor. If he goes into one of those streaky runs that he's capable of having, he is a lethal player. He is a very athletic player, and he is a good player. Not a great player, but a very good player. And the other player who's going to get a lot of touches tonight in the post is Al Horford. I really think they want to go to him early in this ball game.
Swerst, you sound pretty confident that the Bulls are going to win the game tonight. What would be your biggest concern coming out of the first game?
Biggest concern is probably lack of defense, and I think they're going to play much better defense and much better energy tonight, but they've got to stay out of foul trouble. You know, that's been a situation with the bigs, with Noah and Boozer. They've got to stay on the floor. They really do.
Hey, Swerts, last one for you, and we really appreciate you taking time on a busy night. Today, Mike Fratello intimated he doesn't know how healthy Derrick Rose is. Derrick has said, I went through practice, I feel good. The coaches have said the same thing. How healthy do you think Derrick is?
Well, I mean, we've seen him, and he played 41 minutes, Cap, and I heard you prior to the interview, and you were concerned about his ankle not going to the free throw line. Is that a part of it? I don't know. All I know is that for the Bulls to win, he's got to get to the line. And he did such a marvelous job of the first 4 games of the Pacers series. And the truth of the matter is that the Bulls ride on his coat, and he has got to get to the free throw line. I mean, the Bulls are shooting 82% from the line in the playoff series. He is shooting 86% from the line. And so when he goes to the line, good things happen. Hopefully that's going to be the case tonight.
Have a great broadcast, and thank you for being so kind with your time.
No problem, Cap. All the best.
You too. We'll see you soon. All right, when the game ends tonight, flip over to Comcast Sportsnet for the best post-game show on the planet. Stacey King joins Kendall Gill and Mr. NBA Mark Shanowski for BMW Bulls Post-Game Live. They'll break down all the main storylines, bring you reaction from the players and coaches, plus Gail Fisher live in the Bulls locker room. Join us tonight as soon as Game 2 goes final. Hey, we want to hear from you. Here's our CSNChicago.com poll question of the day. Is tonight a must-win for the Bulls? Yes or no? To vote, visit CSNChicago.com. We'll have the results later in the show. We will hit the diamond next. A Liriano no-no might have been the low point for the White Sox. So who's to blame for this awful start? Plus, Ozzie weighs in on whether or not Sox issues are mental. And the Cubs haven't won in 102 years. Could day baseball be the problem? A new study says it might be. We'll discuss that next. Plus, much more from the UC ahead of Game 2 between the Bulls and the Hawks. Stick around.
I'm flattered, humbled, and honored to receive this award, but I think it represents a lot more than just me, and it certainly reflects our entire organization.
Okay, and we're back with Bulls highlights after a quick timeout. And we're back.
Bulls coverage that rocks on Sportsnet Central and CSNChicago.com. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Out with the old and worn out, the spotted, the stained, and in with the new during Empire's deep discount event. Buy carpet for one room and save 75% on quality name brand carpet for all your other rooms, as many as you want. Plus, get convenient shop at home service and next day installation. Don't miss Empire's deep discount event. Buy one room, get the rest at 75% off.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today. Hey, goggles.
Captain and Cola for the pregame. That's the best idea you've ever had.
I wanna lay
Yeah, it is my best.
Captain and Cola for the pregame. It's the best idea ever.
Friday, the White Sox are on the West Coast for a battle with the Mariners. Coverage begins at 8:30 with Belco White Sox pregame live. White Sox, Mariners, Friday night at 8:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
The 3-2 pitch, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Line drive, no hitter.
Unbelievable.
No hitter, Francisco Liriano, and the Twins celebrate in the middle of the diamond.
White Sox may have hit rock bottom after getting no hit last night at U.S. Cellular. Francisco Liriano silenced the already quiet Sox lineup. Today, Ozzie Guillen said he's still trying to figure out what is going wrong.
I don't need any people to think about what I think. I do think before they did, I did it. What's wrong with this team? What's going on here? If we're that bad, our coaching staff sucks. I'm bad. If I should leave. I did it myself. I did it myself. Nobody out there had to second guess me because I do it myself. All my life, I've been doing the same thing. When that thing don't work, wow, what we should do. Every time people say, well, I don't know what's wrong with the White Sox. No, me either. I wish I can figure it out. I haven't touched a beer yet. I did. Because I think we do everything we can just to make the people perform. They don't perform well. Ride the horse the next day and see what happens.
All right, you're Mr. White Sox diehard fan. What is going on? We all thought they would be at least decent. Yeah. Many thought they'd contend. They're awful.
Awful would probably be the right phrase. I mean, when you're not hitting, you just look horrible. I mean, even if you win games 3-2 or 2-1, it just doesn't look good. You look flat. And, I mean, that's the surprising thing, is especially the way they start out. I mean, that first week, they were just hitting everything, and then all of a sudden, it's like the flip, got turned off, and they can't get it back on. And, I mean, I don't know what you do. I mean, do you blow up the team? Okay, that's easier said than done, because who do you move?
I don't think they've looked that bad. That's like the funny part about it. They're 11-22. Matt Thornton blew 4 out of his first 5 saves. Pena's blown a save. So that's 5 saves already that they've blown. The Indians have blown 2 saves. The Phillies have blown 1 save the whole year. Sox have blown 5 saves. You turn around those 5 games.
Yeah, but you can't.
If they're 16-16, well, here's the thing.
That's the problem.
If ads and butts are candy enough.
Yeah,
well, I'm just saying, well, here you go.
If this were a fifth, we'd all be drunk.
You just gave Matt Thornton a 3-year deal worth a lot of money. So if he's doing his job, you're sitting at 500. Everyone else seems, that's the thing. People want to say, oh, Ozzie. It's not Ozzie's fault. Matt Thornton saves games. They have more wins.
All right, we'll get back to the White Sox in a moment. We're going back to the United Center. One of the greatest players to ever play, Dominique Wilkins, one of the 50 best, is with us from the UC, doing great work with the Atlanta Hawks. Dominique, were you surprised at the start your club got the other night? Because they took the court like they were at home. They made shots. They got some confidence, and they really caused the Bulls problems. Did that surprise you?
Well, I'm not surprised about the focus and the commitment in the first game. We knew that these guys would be ready to play. They really showed a lot of resilience at the end of the year going into the Orlando Magic series and coming into the Chicago Bulls series. We knew that they were going to be more focused because it's a better team and a bigger team. So these guys was ready to play.
Nick, it's Bob Foreman from the Chicago Tribune. I've watched a lot of Atlanta games, and they just seem like a very erratic team, and you don't really know what they're going to give you night in, night out. What do you think's been the turnaround at the last half of the year, and especially going into that Orlando series?
Well, the last 6 games of the season, it was just that. But it's like these guys got refocused, re-energizing. They all bought into